Hello, everyone. While in the works of some much larger projects this coming month, I began to feel nostalgic, thinking as to why I read these stories in the first place. Today I would like to share one of my favorite genres with you. These are some of my top picks for body horror. Some of these you may have heard before, some not. Regardless, I recommend you wear headphones for the most immersive experience. Thank you all for your time and patience. I do hope you enjoy. Let's delve into the dark together. Part 1. June 15th, 2021. During my first week at Outpost Aurora, I faced an unsettling cycle of sleepless nights and ceaseless days. This was a result of the unyielding Arctic sun that refused to settle during the Alaskan summer. It was challenging to acclimate to my tiny quarters, forcing myself to rely on the blackout blinds and my wristwatch to keep track of time instead of the ever-present sun. I had willingly traded the relative normalcy of Anchorage's 19-hour summer days for this endless disorientation, all in pursuit of my doctoral field research on the impacts of climate change on remote Inuit communities. Outpost Aurora, a climate research facility, accommodated around 30 inhabitants, a diverse group of scientists, researchers, and a handful of maintenance and support staff. As an anthropologist, I was somewhat of an oddity among the geologists, climatologists, and biologists who dominated the research team. We got along well enough, but there was a clear professional disconnect. Their world revolved around weather data, rocks, and polar flora and fauna, while mine centered around the stories and experiences of indigenous people. Being the only Inuit-speaking researcher in this remote expanse of northern Alaska, I felt a profound obligation to chronicle and protect the rich oral traditions of the local communities before they were lost to the shifting snow and ice. I felt like I was straddling a fault line. I was the sole link between these isolated villages and the outside world. On this particular evening, I'm engrossed in transcribing my interview with Katak, an elderly, self-proclaimed shaman boasting about harpooning a seal the size of a walrus, when a soft, slightly raspy voice broke my concentration. Dr. Kalak? Looking up from my work, I met the gaze of a young woman at the far end of my table. Her face was brightened by a warm smile. Her luminous blue eyes shimmered with an indescribable intensity, and a tangle of chestnut hair escaped from under her woolen beanie. I'm sorry, I replied, removing my headphones. You're Dr. Noah Kalak, right? She repeated. Well, technically I'm still a PhD candidate, I sheepishly clarified. My apologies, PhD candidate Noah Kalak, she said, her tone dancing on the line of playfulness and sarcasm. I'm field technician Rebecca McKenzie, but you can call me Becca. Her joke garnered a genuine chuckle from me. And you can call me Noah, I said, extending my hand. She shook my hand. Taiko, she exclaimed, clearly pronouncing the Inuit word for welcome. Intrigued, I asked, you speak Inuit? Just that, and ma imumak ka, she admitted, shrugging. Struggling to contain my laughter, I corrected her. Becca, you just said you're a muskox. Her cheeks turned a bright shade of red. The villagers told me it meant nice to meet you, she mumbled. I hope you didn't say that to a lot of people, I chuckled. Just to about a half-dozen villagers, and to the site director, she admitted, her face paling in realization. You said that to Dr. Henderson? I asked, aghast. Oh dear. Yeah, but I don't think she knows what it meant either, Becca responded, which brought me to fits of laughter, in which she soon joined. Anyway, Noah, she started, as she pulled up a chair and sat across from me. I saw your name on the roster for tomorrow's ice core sampling trip. It's your first one, isn't it? Yeah, I said. The words stuck in my throat as I pictured the steep, ice-covered mountain range I had agreed to climb.
You don't climb much, I'm guessing?
She asked. I've done a fair bit of hiking and mountain climbing, but nothing on this scale, I confessed. I'm Inuit, and we mostly stick to the lowland coast. Peering out the window, my gaze fell on the towering peaks dominating the horizon. The mountain we were to ascend was known to the locals as the Den of the Dead, an ominous title for anything, let alone a treacherous peak covered in ancient, shifting glaciers. The name was part of an old Inuit legend, one of the many tales I had collected from the village elders. The story painted a picture of vengeful spirits purportedly inhabiting these glaciers, ready to wreak havoc on anyone audacious enough to disrupt their icy abode. While I didn't believe in spirits, the hazardous crevices and unpredictable weather that awaited us felt like wrathful spirits in their own right. Becca could sense my apprehension.
It's all right to be nervous, but don't worry. Dr. Henderson wouldn't send you out on your own. You've been placed in good hands.
Whose hands, exactly? I asked, skeptically. Her grin widened.
Mine, actually.
Raising an eyebrow, I wasn't sure whether to feel comforted or more concerned. Yours.
What? Don't look at me like that.
Becca protested playfully.
I've got plenty of experience.
No offense, Becca, but you look like you just stepped out of an undergrad class, I told her. She laughed at my comments, but I noticed the pride in her eyes.
Looks can be deceiving. I've navigated those passes dozens of times. I can handle both of us.
So, what's it like being up there in the glaciers? I asked.
It's an incredible experience. When you hold an ice core in your hands, it's like you're touching history, feeling the Earth's past in your palms.
She explained. Well, when you put it that way, I said, finding her description oddly relatable. I'm almost looking forward to it.
That's the spirit,
she exclaimed, clapping me on the back. Her laughter echoed through the mess hall, cutting through the tension that had settled there. June 16th, 2021. The morning was a whirlwind of activity. By 5 a.m., the common area was already bustling. Our departure from the base was anything but a silent affair. Instead, it was a cacophony of barking huskies and buzzing chatter filled with last-minute discussions about the plan and route. Our team of 6, clad in heavy winter gear, were busy loading equipment onto the dog sleds. The sun glared in the cloudless sky, its blinding light reflecting off the snow and ice, making it seem as if we were able to journey across a white, unending desert. The air was palpable with a strange blend of excitement, anxiety, and a touch of the unknown. As I loaded my pack into a sled, Becca approached. Dressed in snow pants and a parka, her face framed by a fur-trimmed hood, she resembled an Arctic explorer from a bygone era. She methodically inspected the gear I had packed to ensure everything was present and in working order. Leaning in, she imparted some final words of advice.
Keep close, stay focused, and remember, it's not a race. The goal is to get there and back safely.
Drawing confidence from her words, I nodded. As we began the journey, there was an eerie calm. The hustle and bustle of the camp faded into the vast, icy expanse. The first few hours of our trek were uneventful, the terrain mostly flat. Each sled accommodated 2 people, with Becca and I paired together, while the sled dogs forged ahead. We passed the time making small talk and trading stories about life back at Outpost Aurora. I told her about my disconnect with my colleagues. Becca said she understood, confessing to me that she was much lower on the pecking order than her confident demeanor the previous nights might have suggested, which explained why she was assigned the task of looking after the new guy. Despite the teasing tone, there was a hint of relief in her voice, an appreciation for having someone to talk to during these long, perilous excursions. As the days progressed, the snow-swept landscape morphed into steep, rocky inclines. The dogs pulled valiantly, their breath fogging in the chill air. A torrent of awe and anxiety warred within me as I surveyed the brutally beautiful landscape around us. I was reminded of the tales from my grandmother's childhood, how the indomitable Inuit people had traversed a polar wasteland spanning a greater distance than New York to Los Angeles, and yet managed to carve out a life for themselves. I felt as though I were walking in the footsteps of my ancestors. Arriving at the foot of the mountain, the daunting process of setting up the drills unfolded. These colossal machines, disabled and transported on sleds, had to be carefully put together again in these unforgiving conditions. The team had the monumental task of drilling a mile into the mountainside to reach ice that hadn't been disturbed in hundreds of thousands of years. Each layer of ice was a snapshot of the Earth's climate at that point in time, capturing tiny bubbles of air, volcanic ash, pollen, dust, and even microscopic life forms. Watching Becca maneuver her way around the equipment, coordinating with the others, it was clear she was in her element. Unlike the rest of the team, my expertise wasn't required for drilling. Instead, I was on a different mission. The rapidly melting glaciers had started uncovering secrets that were long hidden beneath their icy surfaces. Fragments of ancient cultures that had been engulfed by the glaciers over centuries were now resurfacing. It was my job to recover and catalog any artifacts we discovered. As the drilling continued, my eyes were drawn towards a cave not too far from our location. Shielded by an overhanging ledge of ice and snow, it seemed untouched by time. "Becca," I called, catching her attention. I pointed towards the cave. Her eyes followed my pointing finger, and her eyebrows rose slightly.
You want to go in there?
"Caves are a treasure trove of ancient relics," I explained. As there was a lull in the drilling, she decided to join me in exploring the cave. Upon entering the cave, the first thing I noticed was the cold, which was even more intense than outside. A shiver ran down my spine, not entirely from the temperature. My eyes struggled to adjust to the darkness, the meager light from our flashlights barely illuminating the frozen cavern. I swept my light across the jagged cave floor, searching for any hint of an ancient bonefish hook or an obsidian spearhead. Suddenly, Becca's voice echoed through the cave.
"Noah! Over here!"
My heart skipped a beat as Becca's urgent voice pierced the stillness of the cave. I hurried towards her, my flashlight trembling in my hand. As I approached, I saw her kneeling over what appeared to be a body slumped against the cave wall. My mind spun with questions. Had someone been stranded here recently? Were they in need of help? I attempted to lift the body for a clearer view, but it was frozen in place. "Hey, can you give me a hand?" I asked.
Yeah, sure,"
she replied with hesitation in her voice. We each took an arm and pulled. The icicles anchoring the body to the cave floor broke with a crack. A gasp caught in my throat as we were greeted by the macabre sight of a woman. Her face was an eerie porcelain mask, lined with intricate blue-black tattoos that curled from her forehead around her eyes down to her chin. Her jet-black eye sockets stared back at us, frozen forever in an expression of terror. Her mouth was half open in a silent scream, her teeth sharp and unnaturally white against her frost-bitten skin. The light from our flashlights danced around her body, revealing the tiny form huddled in her arms. A child, perfectly preserved in the eyes, its body as desiccated as the woman's. The little one's face was a haunting mimicry of its mother's, frozen in time like a delicate porcelain doll. Recoiling in shock, Becca let out a small gasp, covering her mouth with her hand, while I sat paralyzed, my mind grappling with the sight before me. I didn't recognize the tattoo patterns on her face, and her clothing didn't match any styles known to the Inuit people. The attire suggested a culture far older than what I was familiar with. My flashlight caught the glint of something metallic. Next to the mother and child was a knife with an ornate handle made of ivory. The blade itself was crudely crafted like it was beaten into shape with stones, and had a black tint to it. I knew that pre-contact Inuit tribes only had one source of material for their tools: iron ore extracted from meteorites.
I think there are more,
Becca said, her voice trembling. She pointed deeper into the cave. Slowly, our lights revealed more bodies, each in varying states of preservation. Some were mere skeletons, the ice having worn their flesh away over the centuries, while others were as impeccably preserved as the woman and child. A shared feature among them was the hollow crevices where their eyes used to be. As I shone my flashlight along the icy cave wall, it revealed a sequence of well-preserved cave drawings. They told a disturbing tale of people, similar to the bodies we discovered, chased by terrifying, shadowy figures. Their fear echoed the eternal screams on the frozen faces we'd found. The final scenes showed the people in a cave, horrifyingly familiar to our surroundings, with the ominous figures looming over them. A chill ran through my veins that had nothing to do with the frigid temperature.
What do you think happens to them?
Becca asked, sounding like she didn't want to know the answer. It's difficult to say without a thorough analysis, I rationalized. Disease, starvation. Perhaps they were caught in a snowstorm and succumbed to exposure.
Exposure?
She asked. The word alone seems to have disturbed her more than the bodies themselves. Her naturally light complexion turned a shade paler. Before I could respond, the piercing sound of Becca's radio crackled into life, shattering the quiet stillness of the cave.
Becca, do you copy? This is Dr. Khan. We've got an issue here.
The voice of the team lead came through. Becca quickly unclipped the radio, her fingers fumbling in her haste.
This is Becca. We're in the cave. What's wrong?
One of the drills ruptured a gas deposit, releasing some sort of unknown toxic substance. Get out of there immediately.
Dr. Khan's voice held a note of urgency we've never heard before. Without a moment's hesitation, we scrambled to our feet and bolted towards the entrance of the cave. Even before reaching the mouth of the cave, an intense chemical odor replaced the familiar scent of the tundra. The moment we stepped out of the cave, the air hit us like a freight train. A nauseating stench of rotten eggs crawled at our senses, threatening to pull us under. The once crystal-clear sky was now a pale, sickly blue, eerily reminiscent of an aurora borealis gone awry. The sun, previously a harsh white spotlight, was now a dull, jaundiced orb looming overhead. A symphony of distressed barks, whines, and howls echoed through the air, our sled dogs visibly affected by the sudden change. They tossed their heads, pulling at their leads in their panic, their tails tucked between their legs. We sprinted towards the drill site, where the rest of our team was already dealing with the unfolding chaos. Amid the disorder, I noticed a figure curled up in the snow away from the rest, convulsing uncontrollably. As I drew nearer, I recognized Erica, one of our geologists, clutching her stomach. She was vomiting blood, her skin a ghostly shade of gray. Our medic, Lucas, was already at her side, trying to comfort her while frantically relaying instructions into his radio. His normally steady voice was laced with an undercurrent of panic. His eyes met mine, a haunted look in them that sent a chill down my spine.
"We need to get her back to base, now,"
he said, his gaze flicking towards the sickly glow in the sky.
"She's inhaled a lot of whatever that is. She's not the only one. We all have."
June 17th, 2021. We worked tirelessly to plug the leak, our frantic efforts having no effect. The gas, icy and ethereal, billowed up from the drill hole, swirling in the biting Arctic air. It continued to contaminate the atmosphere with a toxicity that turned the world around us into a distorted, deathly landscape. Relocating as far away from the leak as possible was our only immediate solution. We set up a makeshift camp, using available equipment to shield ourselves from the invasive gas. Sheets of plastic, tarps, and tents were quickly assembled, offering a fragile, albeit temporary, refuge. Inside the protection of our improvised shelter, we gathered around our portable heater. Lucas had sedated Erica, and she lay motionless, her breaths shallow and labored. Despite our exposure to the toxic fumes, no one else exhibited signs of illness. At least, not yet.
We have to return to the base. It's our only chance.
Dr. Khan, our team leader, insisted, his normally calm demeanor cracked with anxiety. There was a murmur of agreement, but a nagging thought at the back of my mind compelled me to speak up. "There's a village nearby," I said, my voice stronger than I expected. "They need to be warned about this. The wind is shifting in their direction." "How far is it?" Dr. Khan asked, his voice strained. "It's not too far, about 12 miles, I reassured him. "Noah, I don't think that's a good idea," Dr. Khan started to say. "I'll go then," I interjected. "I know the route and the villagers know me. It'll be faster if I go alone."
You mean walk there by yourself?
Becca spoke up. "I can cover the distance in a day," I argued, my gaze meeting hers. There was a resolve in my voice that surprised even me.
If you're going, then I'm going with you,
she stated, with a determination that left no room for debate. "I'll be fine. I don't need a babysitter," I countered. Her blue eyes flashed with an icy intensity at the comment.
Are you being fucking serious?
She exploded.
This isn't a walk in the park. This is the Arctic. What if you get lost or injured or the gas starts affecting you out there? No one should go alone, especially not now.
I tried to respond, but she overrode me.
If you go by yourself, you'll just end up dead from hypothermia before you even get a chance to warn the village. You want to help them, I'm your best shot.
I knew she had a point, but I just couldn't ask her to risk her life for me. I appealed to Dr. Khan to decide. "Dr. Khan, please," I implored. He regarded us for a moment before sighing and conceding. "Becca's right. You'll fare better together. Take a sled, maintain radio contact, and return to the base as soon as you can." With the decision made, there was no room for second thoughts. Becca and I hurriedly assembled our supplies and readied the sled. We tightly wrapped our faces in several layers of bandanas, moistened to help filter the air. We pulled on heavy-duty snow goggles to protect our eyes from the potentially harmful gas. We did our best to protect the huskies as well, securing their snouts with makeshift masks. Our husky team was a lifeline in the unforgiving wilderness. Aspen, the fearless leader, blazed the trail ahead. Behind her, Willow and her twin brother, Cedar, mirrored each other in perfect harmony, their connection beyond just their matching silver coats and ice blue eyes. At the back, Pine, with his unyielding strength, acted as the powerful anchor. As we started our journey, the wind whipped around us, carrying with it its biting chill of the air. The sled cut through the snow effortlessly. The dogs pulled with an eagerness that defied the unforgiving conditions.
Look, Noah,
Becca started, her eyes trained on the horizon.
I want to apologize for what happened back there. I didn't mean to sound so harsh.
I looked at her, surprised by the sincerity in her voice. "No, Becca. If anything, I should be thanking you," I admitted, giving her a small, grateful smile. "I'm glad to have a polar expert watching my back," I added, knowing she'd appreciate the compliment. Her cheeks flushed from beneath her protective gear. Whether it was from the cold or my compliment, I couldn't tell. As we ventured further from our drill site, the landscape underwent subtle yet unmistakable changes. The sun, perpetually casting a sallow glow, illuminated the pristine snow with an eerie light. The snow no longer glistened. It had a matte, lifeless finish, as if its vitality had been drained. The animals we encountered were behaving unusually, too. A snow hare that hopped across our path moved sluggishly, its normally white fur tinged with a sickly bluish hue. An Arctic fox, usually shy and elusive, showed no fear, no recognition of us as potential threats. It just stared at us with glassy eyes as we passed by, as if it didn't comprehend what it was seeing. The most disconcerting change, however, was the silence. The Arctic was usually filled with sounds, the crunch of snow underfoot, the chattering of birds, the howl of the wind. But now, it was as if nature itself had fallen into a stunned, deathly silence. Even the wind seemed muted, whispering rather than wailing. By the time we reached the village past midnight, the ever-present sun hovered overhead, bathing the icy mountains and vast Arctic Ocean in an alien glow. The frigid air gnawed at our faces as we approached the village. Even from the outskirts, I could tell something was wrong. The chimneys of the colorful houses were smokeless. The village, known as Silap Inua, or the spirits of the universe, was eerily quiet, a stark contrast to the vibrant community life we had witnessed just days before. Navigating these snow-laden paths between homes, our breath formed small, frosty clouds in the freezing air. We called out for any inhabitants, but our voices echoed back, swallowed by the desolate silence. Discarded remnants of everyday life littered our path. Children's toys scattered in the snow, piles of half-chopped firewood next to silent homes, fishing nets abandoned by the river's edge. We entered the largest house, that of the chief and his extended family. The door was ajar, with untouched meals on tables and clothing strewn haphazardly. Inside, we detected a faint, sickly sweet odor, eerily reminiscent of the smell from the drilling site.
Do you think it's the gas?
Becca whispered, her eyes wide with fear. Must be, I replied, grimacing as the smell hit me again. But where did everyone go?
Maybe they evacuated.
Becca suggested, although she sounded unsure. I hope so, I said, examining a pot of soup that was still warm.
It doesn't look like they had time to prepare. Everything's just left.
Becca noted, picking up a doll made of walrus ivory. We need to look for signs, I suggested. They might have left a message saying where they went. Becca and I systematically searched each house. We reached Katak's house late in the afternoon. The elderly shaman lived alone in a quaint dwelling at the village outskirts. I had interviewed him only days earlier. As I pushed open the door, the creaking sound echoed ominously. We entered the dimly lit room, the weak sunlight from the window illuminating the dust particles suspended in the air. Everything was just as I remembered, the walls adorned with tribal masks, the aged wooden floor lined with fur rugs, and the hearth at the center, now cold and lifeless. My gaze was drawn to a corner of the room, where a message was hastily etched onto the wall. The text was in the native Inuit syllabary. The normally round characters were inconsistent, as if scrawled in haste. A black-tinted blade, similar to the one I saw in the cave, lay on the floor next to the message. Becca walked up behind me.
What does it say?
My heart pounded in my chest as I translated the text. It says, "Beware the spirit of the ice. The Ijirak have returned." And then it just cuts off.
What's an Ijirak?
Becca asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I paused, unsure of how much to reveal. They're spirits from Inuit folklore. They're said to be shapeshifters, creatures that exist in the realm between the living and the dead. They're like Inuit boogeymen. My grandma used to tell me that if I didn't behave, an Ijirak would get me in my sleep.
Yeah, but it's just a story, right?
Becca asked, incredulously.
Like an attempt to explain natural occurrences.
A tense silence filled the room. There was more to the myth, but I didn't see any point in scaring her with ghost stories. Katak was always a little eccentric, I said dismissively. He believed in a lot of weird stuff, like saying he could communicate with foxes and they would give him messages from the spirit world. I would take everything he says with a grain of salt. A sudden, harsh gust of wind rattled the window panes, causing us to exchange a glance of concern. We ran to the window. The first thing I noticed was how dark things had gotten. With the ever-present midnight sun, this should have been impossible. Outside, the sky darkened ominously, the yellow-green hue swallowed by a mass of angry gray clouds. I had goosebumps as the first snowflake landed on the window. The weather forecast hadn't predicted a storm, but there was definitely one brewing.
Storm's coming,
Becca said, her eyes wide as she looked out the window.
a big one.
I could feel the air around us getting colder. We need to find shelter, I said, scanning for a good place to hunker down. The gas hadn't affected us yet, and we'd be exposed to more of it if we tried to trudge through the storm with its own inherent dangers. Spotting a large communal building on a hill towards the center of the village, I gestured towards it. There, that house. It's higher off the ground. We should be safer from the gas there. We gathered the huskies and hurried towards the house, the dogs rushing in ahead of us. The wind howled in our ears, biting through our winter gear as we struggled against the rising storm. Once inside the house, we worked quickly to secure the entrances, sealing the doors and windows with whatever materials we had on hand to minimize the gas exposure. The dogs were restless, pacing anxiously around the room. Their unease mirrored my own. Becca grabbed the radio, her hands shaking slightly as she adjusted the frequency and relayed our situation back to Outpost Aurora.
Dr. Anderson, we're trapped in the village by the storm. We're going to try to wait it out. We're as sealed up as we're going to get against the gas. Over.
There was a pause. Then her voice crackled through, sounding tense. Understood. Stay safe. We'll maintain radio contact. Over and out. June 18th, 2021. Becca and I rationed out our meager food supplies. Cans of stew, chunks of hard bread, and energy bars that tasted like cardboard, but had the necessary calories. We melted the snow for drinking water, being careful to heat it just enough to kill off any bacteria. Yet, we weren't sure if this method was effective in removing gas. The dogs, our faithful companions, were fed with dry kibble and chunks of frozen fish we had packed. As the wind outside roared and battled the structure of the house, we huddled close together around a portable heater for warmth. Even with our winter gear on, the biting cold was almost unbearable. The dogs lay in a pile, their bodies a source of warmth in the otherwise freezing room. Unable to sleep, my mind was restless, filled with the day's chaotic events. I could still picture Erica, her body convulsing as the toxic gas took hold. The image filled me with a dread I could hardly put into words. How long before we, too, would begin to show symptoms? Ever so often, I found myself glancing over at Becca, scrutinizing her face for any signs of illness. I sat up and pulled out the knife I had taken from Katak's home, examining it under the faint light in the room. The black-tinted blade was forged meteorite iron, as the one we found at the drilling site. The handle was made of narwhal tusk, intricately carved with ancient Inuit symbols. As I traced them with my fingers, memories of the legends about the Ijarak swirled in my mind. These weren't just children's tales. The Inuit people respected and feared these spirits. While I respected the myths and legends, I was still a man of science, grounded in reality and observable facts. Yet to dismiss these tales as mere superstitions seemed almost disrespectful. Exhaling slowly, I glanced once more at Becca. Her breaths were steady and slow, a stark contrast to the raging storm outside. A wave of relief washed over me. She was fine, at least for now. Carefully, I put the blade back into my pocket and tried to settle back into my sleeping bag. I don't recall when I fell asleep, but the dream was vivid. I was a child again, back in the tiny, cramped apartment in Anchorage's Mountain View neighborhood that I shared with my mom and grandma. The faint smell of my mom's cooking clung to the worn-out furniture. I could hear the muffled sound of sirens and angry voices from the street below, a soundtrack to my childhood. I was bundled under the patchwork quilt my grandma made, trying to stay awake until my mom got home from her 2 jobs. My eyelids were heavy, sleep was creeping in, but I fought against it. I wanted to catch a glimpse of my mom to reassure myself that she had made it back safely. Beside me, my grandmother sat in her favorite rocking chair, the rhythmic creaking and soothing counterpoint. Her voice was soft yet firm as she wove intricate stories of ancient Inuit legends, her wrinkled hands gesturing dramatically, enhancing the narrative. Suddenly, a loud banging noise echoed through the small apartment. Fear gripped me as she looked at me. her eyes filled with a mixture of terror and determination.
Noah, you're in danger. You need to leave. Now.
She said, her voice filled with urgency. She hurriedly put a parka over my small frame, her movements quick and precise. The banging grew louder, the whole apartment shaking with the sheer force of it. I recognized the noise instantly. The sound of my father's rage. The door burst open, splintering into pieces as a drunken figure staggered into the room. My heart pounded in my chest as I watched my father's slurred movements, his eyes scanning the room. Ignoring him, my grandmother ushered me towards the window that opened onto the fire escape.
Go to Mr. Olson's place, and I'll come get you later,
she instructed, her voice just a whisper now, but her words held the weight of an ultimatum.
But Grandma,
I started, but she cut me off.
No buts, Noah. Go.
I was just about to climb out of the window when I glanced back one last time, my heart aching at the sight of my grandmother, her frail form standing tall and defiant against my drunken father.
Where is he, Anori? Where's my son?
He slurred, his gaze wild.
You're drunk, Hank,
Grandma said.
Sober up and then maybe we'll talk.
He's my son.
My dad shouted.
You can't keep him from me.
I heard a scuffle ensuing.
Get out of my way.
My dad screamed. As the cold air hit my face, my dream began to unravel. The harsh reality of my past merging into the grim predicament of my present. I was jolted awake, my heart pounding, the sound growling and barking. I shot up from my sleeping bag. Becca was already awake and trying to calm the dogs.
Hey guys, what's wrong?
She asked, checking on each one. What's the matter? I asked groggily.
I don't know. Something must have spooked them,
she responded. Becca reached for the radio, pressing the button and calling through the static.
Drill team, this is Becca and Noah. Do you copy?
Only the hum of the storm responded to our call.
Dr. Khan, are you there? Please respond.
Her voice wavering slightly, a hint of fear creeping into her normally confident tone. Still, there was no answer. The silence seemed to amplify the harsh howling of the wind outside. The sound seemed to seep into the very walls of the house. With a worried expression, she put down the radio.
We need to try again in a bit. The storm might be affecting the signal.
The dogs were growing more restless by the minute, their whimpers growing into anxious barks. They were fixated at something just outside the front door. Sensing their distress, I got up and peered through the tiny crack in the door. Among the swirling gusts of snow, I saw unsettling figures moving. Their forms were hauntingly unfamiliar, a blend of the grotesque and beautiful. Some had elongated limbs and disproportionate body parts, their shapes hardly human. Others were adorned with animal characteristics, antlers that cut through the gale, feathers that flared in the blizzard, scales that shimmered in the harsh Arctic lights, or fur that rippled as if in a breeze.
Becca?
I whispered, my throat dry. You need to see this. I didn't get a response.
Becca, did you hear me?
I whispered a little louder. A blood-curdling scream tore through the night. Becca. My heart lurched in my chest as I turned. One of the creatures was crawling on the ceiling and the walls of the cabin. Its elongated limbs ending in claws scraped against the wood, creating the sound of nails on chalkboard. Its body was like smoke, twisting and changing, never settling on a single form. Without warning, the being slid down from the walls, making no noise as it landed. Its form was ghostly, constantly shifting in the light of our lantern. One moment it resembled an Inuit woman with straight black hair. The next, a polar bear with gleaming fangs. It shimmered as if formed from ice and snow, a mirage born of the Arctic itself. Its eyes, the only constant in its ever-changing form. Two jet-black sockets, empty and soulless, stared at us. Becca just stood there, stunned. I grabbed her hand and pulled her close.
Get behind me, I whispered.
The thing's mouth opened wide, emitting a guttural sound that sent a shiver down my spine. It started mimicking Dr. Khan's voice perfectly.
I don't understand what's happening. It's the gas. We're changing.
Erica's voice followed, panicked and gasping for breath. Erica's voice followed, panicked and gasping for breath.
I can feel it inside me. It's burning.
The shrieks of pain and terror were lifelike, making it all the more chilling. Next came the voices of the others on the team. Their pleas for help, their cries of agony echoing in the otherwise silent room. The entity's body contorted and twisted, as if in a grotesque imitation of their final, torturous moments. It was as if the very air around us carried the terror of those last moments. The last voice we heard was Dr. Khan's.
Please, help us.
The creature looked at us, its eyes vacant and unblinking. Then, it tilted its head and began to laugh, a terrible, echoing sound that filled the room. Its laughter was like nothing I'd ever heard, a horrifying imitation of human joy. June 19th, 2021. The entity's laughter faded as it began to pace around the room, slowly, deliberately, like a wild animal sizing up its territory. It moved with a disjointed grace, limbs twisting and contorting independently. Yet its gaze, filled with a primal and animalistic intelligence, never strayed from us. An eerie sense of foreboding settled over me as I stared into the depths of its eyes. Becca looked stunned.
It has their voices,
she murmured, her voice echoing horror.
How can it have their voices?
I was too shocked to respond, grappling with the surreal reality of a creature physically before me. It felt like discovering the monster under my bed was real after all. Before my eyes was an Ijarak. The huskies suddenly lunged forward, their growls escalating into feral snarls in a brave attempt to protect us. Their bravery snapped me out of my shock. The creature jerked its head towards the dogs, its form morphing into a giant wolf, mouth gaping, sharp fangs glistening.
No,
I yelled out. Instinctively, I reached into my pocket and pulled out the knife I'd picked up at Gatalk's home. The blade was cool to the touch, the intricate symbols carved into the handle pressing into my palm. The room was still for a moment as the entity stared at me. Behind me, I could hear Becca's soft footsteps, her breaths drawn in quiet, controlled patterns. She was inching toward her pack, painstakingly slow to avoid drawing attention. The floorboards creaked under her weight. My heart pounded in my chest, every thump echoing through my body, a constant reminder of the danger we were in. Regardless, I remained rooted to the spot, my eyes locked onto the Ijarak. Its form continued to shift, solidifying into something more threatening. It resembled a fearsome beast now, more bare than human. The antlers of a caribou replacing the straight black hair. It seemed to be preparing itself for a confrontation. Becca reached her pack, her movements almost soundless. She rummaged inside for a brief moment, before her fingers closed around the stock of her Socko 85, a rugged bolt-action rifle she had packed as protection against polar bears. The Ijarak was becoming increasingly agitated. Its form started convulsing, as if it was trying to contain an inner tempest. Its movements became more violent, the antlers slamming against the wooden beams, a gruesome display of power and aggression. Becca was now on her feet, rifle in hand. She moved swiftly and deftly, her eyes burning with cold determination, as though the dying cries of her colleagues had ignited a fury within her. As the creature turned towards her, she fired at it point blank, the sound of the shot ringing through the cabin. The bullets tore through its nebulous form, ripping a solid chunk of flesh from the transient layer of smoke and ice. A gut-wrenching howl filled the room. The Ijarak recoiled,
its form flickering wildly between various shapes, human, animal, monster, each more horrifying than the last. Its body was writhing and shifting more wildly than ever. As it staggered back, a viscous, dark fluid began to ooze from its wound. The smell was overpowering, far worse than the gas. It was a nauseating mixture of sulfur and rot, a stench so potent that it made my eyes water and my stomach churn. As the creature writhed in pain, its haunting howls transformed into anguished cries. In its agony, it went into a frenzy, thrashing around the room, its form undulating and changing rapidly. Becca worked quickly to chamber another round, but the creature's frenzied movements made it difficult to get a clear shot. As she lined up her aim, the creature lunged towards her, its claws outstretched and its eyes fixed on her.
Becca, watch out!
I shouted. Acting on instinct, I pushed her out of the way. We both tumbled to the ground as the creature's claws sliced into my parka, narrowly missing my skin. Its momentum carried it into the wall of the cabin. The impact shook the entire cabin, dislodging several wooden planks from the wall. The Ijarak howled in frustration and pain, shards of wood protruding from its body.
Go,
I urged Becca.
get the dogs and get out now.
She nodded, scrambling towards the dogs who were barking and whining in distress. Becca hurriedly gathered them, leading them toward the door. I turned back to face the entity. Its form was slowly solidifying, and its blackened eyes were fixed on me. Fueled by a surge of adrenaline, I grabbed a portable kerosene heater nearby. It was a hefty device, radiating a comforting warmth that felt out of place in this nightmarish situation. I hoisted it, feeling the fuel sloshing inside.
Noah, we gotta go, now.
Becca shouted from the door. I waited for a split second, watching as the Ijarak began to approach. As it charged at me, I hurled the heater with all the force I could muster. The kerosene heater spiraled through the air, colliding with the creature. The cabin was instantly bathed in the terrifying light of a fireball. The entity let out a horrifying shriek that echoed through the cabin. I bolted towards the sled without a second glance. As Becca and I made our escape, the fire quickly spread to the nearby wooden structures, turning the village into an inferno. Our sled slid smoothly over the icy terrain, pushed by the hardy dogs, carrying us farther and farther from the village. The roaring wind cut through us, and the snow stirred into a whirlwind by the storm, reduced visibility to near zero. As we moved further away, the light from the raging fire grew fainter, swallowed by the unrelenting white. We continued on, in the general direction of Outpost Aurora. Our primary concern was putting distance between us and the creature rather than reaching our destination. With the light fading behind us and the storm intensifying, we knew we needed to find shelter soon. We were in the heart of the tundra, a vast, flat, treeless plain. Seeking refuge in this desolate expanse was no simple task, but we were fortunate enough to stumble upon a formation of ice and snow that provided a modicum of shelter from the piercing winds. We set to work building an impromptu snow shelter, scooping and packing the snow to form a protective barrier against the wind. Once we'd made a space that was small but secure, we settled in. Our breath fogged up in the confined space, but it was better than being exposed to the elements.
We need a fire.
Becca said, her teeth chattering as she spoke. I nodded, fumbling with the waterproof matches we had in our pack. The wood we'd managed to gather was scant and frozen, but soon, a feeble fire was flickering between us, providing some warmth and, more importantly, a psychological comfort. From our shelter, we could see the faint orange glow of the burning village in the distance. It was a haunting sight, the ghostly illumination a grim reminder of what we'd left behind. We hardly said a word to each other, the weight of our recent encounter hanging in the air. I felt the need to say something, but wasn't ready to discuss the terrifying implications of what we'd faced. Instead, I asked, "Where did you shoot like that?" Becca stared into the fire, her gaze distant.
My dad used to take me and my brothers hunting when we were kids. We grew up in Newfoundland. Every season, without fail, we'd load the pickup and head up to the northern peninsula.
What did you hunt?
Mostly small game, like snowshoe hares and grouse, but also the occasional moose, she said, absent-mindedly.
Wow, it sounds like you had a lot of fun,
I said. It was. It was the highlight of my childhood,
Becca said, her voice devoid of joy.
until my youngest brother, Chris, got lost.
Her somber blue eyes were lit up by the fire.
I was the oldest. I was supposed to be watching him.
Becca confessed, her voice barely above a whisper.
And I was. But I got distracted for just a moment. That's all it took.
Becca, I began.
We found him a day later. But it was too late. He had died of exposure.
Becca's voice faltered slightly. The weight of her guilt filled the small space between us. I'm so sorry, I started saying. She could see how uncomfortable the conversation was making both of us feel.
Hey, anyway, that was a hell of a throw back there.
Becca complimented me, changing the subject, her demeanor changing as well. I smiled faintly and shrugged. I used to play baseball in high school.
Oh, really?
She asked, her brows lifting above her frosty eyelashes.
You must have been the MVP.
I mostly just kept the bench warm, I confessed, feeling a pang of the old, familiar embarrassment.
Well, it was their loss,
Becca replied, her voice steady, sincere. The compliment warmed me more than the fire. I just gave her a nod. We were both too tired to talk, and it seemed like a positive note to end on. There was a silence between us, filled only by the soft crackling of the fire and the low growl of the storm outside. We were both lost in our own thoughts, our own memories. Tonight had unearthed ghosts we'd rather leave behind, but we weren't alone in the storm. In the middle of nowhere, we had each other, and for now, that was enough. June 20th, 2021. The storm raged outside. The howling winds and snow pelted against our makeshift shelter, while my mind churned with questions, doubts, and fear. In the early hours of the morning, an unexpected sight met our eyes. As we huddled around the small fire, our bodies seeking warmth and comfort from each other's presence, a faint cawing sound echoed through the storm. Above us, the gray-white sky darkened, and a large flock of ravens appeared, circling our tiny shelter against the wrath of the storm. A harsh caw echoed through the air, cutting through the storm like a knife. Their flapping wings were barely audible over the storm, yet the birds maintained a steady formation, completely unaffected by the gale. Two of the ravens broke away from the group and landed a few feet away from us. As they turned to face us, I realized, to my horror, that they were eyeless. An empty, dark void existed where their eyes should have been, mirroring the soulless eyes of the Ijarak we encountered back at the village. One of the ravens started to speak in a voice that was hauntingly familiar. A little girl's voice.
Mama, where are you? It's so dark. I'm scared.
It cawed, echoing innocence and fear. The other raven spoke next, the voice of a woman filled with a mother's worry.
I can't find my child, my Aputi.
It cried out. Aputi. The name reverberated in my mind. The mother was Nanok, and the little girl was Aputi. I remembered them from my last visit to the village, days before. Aputi was a curious child, and Nanok had the warmest of smiles. The thought of their fates made my stomach churn. Looking up, we saw the other ravens had begun to circle lower, each one uttering a single statement, each in a different voice, each a haunting echo of the villagers. The air was filled with their desperate cries, pleas for help, and calls for loved ones. Becca drew back in horror.
The voices? Those are the villagers, aren't they?
she gasped, putting a gloved hand to her mouth. I didn't respond. I just shook my head in disbelief. I couldn't think straight with a macabre cacophony of disembodied voices ringing in my ear. Becca turns to me and squeezed my arm tight.
What's happening? Are these ravens also Ichirak? What did they do to the villagers?
She asked, her eyes boring into mine. The Ichirak are just made up stories. I reiterated, they're not real.
I don't believe in superstitions either, but I'm seeing the impossible with my own eyes,
she said, gesturing to the flock of ravens circling us. I swallowed hard, glancing at the ravens as they swooped lower. I didn't want to entertain the possibility, but in the face of the inexplicable, what else could I do? All right, I began, my voice shaky. Let's pretend the Ichirak is real. I took a deep breath and composed my thoughts. In Inuit myths, people are turned into Ichirak, which are like twisted caricatures of themselves, often as punishment for disrespecting the spirits of nature. This could be anything from failing to perform the proper ritual for a prey they killed, to not properly honoring the dead, or in our case. Becca stared at me, fear drawing in her eyes. Drilling a mile into the side of a cursed mountain. I hesitated, but nodded. Yeah, I believe so. I think we might have unwittingly released some kind of entity or force. That gas. Maybe it's not just gas. Maybe it's something spiritual, something ancient. And exposure to it is turning everyone into Ichirak.
So, those ravens are the villagers?
Asked Becca. I think so, I responded.
And that creature back at the village?
She asked. I think the drill crew were all amalgamated to form that thing. I explained. That's why it couldn't maintain its shape and had all their voices.
Oh my god,
Becca exclaimed, her face becoming ashen with the realization.
What are we going to turn into?
She asked, her voice filled with dread. I don't know, I replied, unable to mask the fear in my own voice. I didn't want to imagine that fate for us. I wouldn't let that happen to us. But deep down, I knew the reality. We had been exposed to the gas, too. If my hypothesis was correct, we were already infected. Suddenly, another raven descended from the circling flock and landed on our shelter. Its eyeless gaze locked on us. It cawed in a voice we haven't heard yet, one that struck terror in our hearts. Your time will come. It croaked in a gravelly voice before taking off, disappearing into the storm. The words hung in the cold air, an ominous prophecy that made our surroundings feel even colder. June 21st, 2021. The realization that we were ticking time bombs weighed heavily over us. As the howling winds subsided, I felt compelled to break the eerie silence. I turned on the radio, and the static-filled airwaves filled our shelter. After a few adjustments, I managed to reach Outpost Aurora. Outpost Aurora, this is Noah Calic. Do you copy? I called into the radio. After a moment of heart-pounding silence, Dr. Anderson's voice crackled to life.
Noah, we've been trying to reach you. Are you and Becca all right?
She sounded relieved to hear us. Sonia, we're alive, I said, but we're not exactly all right. We're holed up in a makeshift shelter after an encounter. The hesitation in my voice must have conveyed the gravity of our situation, for Dr. Anderson's tone became serious.
What kind of encounter?
She asked. I took a deep breath before delving into our harrowing ordeal with the Ichirak. Dr. Anderson was silent for a long time, taking in the incredible tale.
I don't know what to say. But we've had our own troubles here. The effects of the gas are becoming more pronounced. Symptoms are worsening. We're preparing for an immediate evacuation.
Her words sent my heart racing. What about the Inuit communities? I asked, concern gripping me.
We're attempting to contact as many as we can.
She responded.
Now, listen carefully. I've already radioed for an emergency evacuation of the outpost. The helicopter is arriving tomorrow at 0600 hours. We're pulling out as soon as it arrives. I urge you two to get back to base as soon as you can.
I glanced at Becca, who had been listening intently. She looked pale, but nodded, indicating her agreement.
We'll head back to base as soon as the storm lets up,
I assured her, then added, be careful. If our theory about the gas is correct, its effects are much more than just physical. There was a pause on the other end before Sonia replied, her voice filled with grim resolve.
We'll keep that in mind. Stay safe, you two, and hurry back.
The journey back to Outpost Aurora was a grueling test of our endurance and sanity. The sled dogs, once full of vigor and enthusiasm, had started to behave oddly. They howled at the barren wasteland and growled at unseen threats, their eyes vacant and terrified. The potent stench of the gas seemed to be getting to them. As much as it filled me with dread, we had to press on, for the alternative was unthinkable. Upon nearing the outpost, we were met with an unsettling silence, broken only by a plume of smoke ascending from the storage area. The site resembled a ghost town, devoid of its former liveliness. The once bustling scientific station was now unnaturally silent and desolate, nearly bleeding into the frozen, monochromatic landscape. Dread coiled in my stomach as we approached the source of the smoke. Our worst fears were confirmed. The snowmobiles and the snowcats that were once neatly parked in storage were now reduced to a destroyed and smoldering heap. Becca kept a firm grip on her rifle, her eyes darting around the surroundings. I could see her breath quicken, her gloved fingers turning white from the pressure she exerted on the weapon. I felt the cold handle of Gatok's knife in my hand.
I don't like this,
she whispered. Yeah, I know what you mean, I muttered. Cautiously, we made our way into the main building, our flashlight beams cutting through the oppressive darkness. We were met with a sight that will forever be etched into my mind. We froze in our tracks as the light fell upon the gruesomely mutilated bodies of our colleagues. Their bodies were grotesquely melded into half-human, half-animal monstrosities. Fur sprouted from the skin in patches, their limbs elongated and clawed like a polar bear, and some bore the spiraled tusks of a narwhal protruding grotesquely from their distorted faces. Their eye sockets were empty, a dark void where a spark of life should have been, echoing a now all too familiar, cruel fate. Becca stifled a scream, her hand flying to her mouth to suppress the horrified gasp that threatened to escape. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me, bile rising in my throat. The sight was monstrous, a scene straight out of the darkest of nightmares. Our hearts pounded as we sprinted through the dimly lit, eerily quiet corridors. Our destination was the radio room. If we could reach it, we could send a distress signal and hopefully get the help we needed. When we finally reached the room, our hopes crashed. The room was a wreck. Wires hung from the ceiling like entrails, sparking erratically. The radio equipment was shattered, smashed to pieces. The air was filled with the acrid smell of burnt electronics. Everything had been methodically and thoroughly destroyed. The room was filled with an unsettling, almost hypnotic murmur. It took a moment for our flashlights to find the source. Dr. Anderson was slumped over the radio console. Her skin was a mottled, bluish-gray, waterlogged and bloated, giving her the macabre appearance of a corpse fished from icy waters. Her clothes were sodden, clinging to her form, while strands of hair plastered to her face and her open eyes stared blankly, a chilling resemblance to a drowned victim's final gaze. Her throat moved rhythmically, producing an awful semblance of speech. The last words she ever said to us echoed through the room.
Stay safe, you two.
and hurry back. Her vacant eyes stared blankly at the radio console, her hand still clutching the receiver as if her final act was an attempt to call for help. It was a chilling sight. The site's director was dead, yet her body kept broadcasting her final utterances, like a macabre puppet show. It was clear that there would be no contact with the outside world. Becca was the first to move. She approached Dr. Anderson slowly, a look of profound sadness on her face. She reached out and gently detached the receiver from Sonia's rigid grip. The distress call ceased abruptly, leaving us in an eerie silence that hung heavy in the air.
She lured us here. No help is coming,
Becca whispered, her voice shaking, the enormity of the situation crashing down on her. We can't stay here, I declared, although neither of us wished to linger. We needed to gather supplies. We scavenged through the base, gathering what we could carry. The infirmary provided us with essential medical supplies. The mess hall offered canned goods, dehydrated meals, and water. In the equipment room, we found survival gear, thermal blankets, flares, extra clothing, a compact camping stove, and an ice axe. As we continued navigating the labyrinthine corridors, I voiced the question gnawing at me. Why us? I asked, glancing at her. Why are we the only ones who haven't transformed? It doesn't make sense, I muttered, thinking out loud. We were exposed to the gas before most of them. Why haven't we turned? After a long silence, Becca broke the quiet with a theory.
Maybe the gas affects those who have been at the base longer,
she suggested, her voice barely a whisper. I looked at her, taken aback. What do you mean?
Erica was the most senior member of the station. She's been there the longest,
Becca explained.
It would explain why she was the first to be affected.
I nodded, slowly understanding. And since I'm the newest member, that would make me the last to be affected.
Exactly,
she affirmed. But there was a hesitation in her voice, a reluctance that I couldn't ignore. So, Becca, I said, stopping to face her in the dwindling light. How long have you been at Aurora?
I've been here for a couple months,
she confessed under her breath. A couple months? I asked, surprised. Suddenly, everything fell into place. The details I had overlooked before, her low rank at the base, her social isolation. You're a rookie, aren't you? I finally said.
I'm not a rookie,
she protested weakly.
I'm just not as experienced as the others.
Her gaze flickered up to meet mine, an uncertain smile playing on her lips.
I worked in the oil and gas industry straight out of college. It was good pay, but I hated what I was doing. I jumped at the chance when I saw they were looking for someone with drilling experience to work at a climate research station.
She desperately tried to explain. I studied her face in the dim, cold light, her words echoing in the icy, harsh silence. I sighed, reached out, and placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. What does it matter? We're all each other's got, I said. And I don't think I could ask for a better partner in all of this. Becca gave me a weak but appreciative smile.
Thanks, Noah,
she said, her voice barely audible over the howling wind.
I feel the same.
We stood in the harsh chill for a moment, united in our struggle for survival. After gathering everything we needed, we left Outpost Aurora behind for good. The imposing structure, once a hub of scientific discovery and now a place of horror and death, loomed in our rear view as we set off into the wilderness. Our destination was unclear, but we knew we had to keep moving, away from the memories that haunted us and towards the slimmest chance of safety. June 22nd, 2021.
The following day was the most challenging yet, testing our resolve and shattering the last bits of normalcy we held on to. The Huskies, our reliable companions and our sole means of transport throughout this icy hellscape, began to succumb to the poison that had invaded their bodies. They couldn't even stand anymore, let alone pull a sled. Their fur started to shed rapidly, revealing unnatural growths and deformities that seemed to writhe beneath their skin. Their pained whimpers and growls echoed throughout the snow-filled air, a reminder of the horror we faced. Their once sparkling eyes were now clouded over. The sight of them suffering was heart-wrenching. These creatures, who had once bounded through the snow with joyous abandon, were now crippled with pain and fear. Becca was visibly distraught. She spent most of the day tending to them, desperately trying to alleviate their suffering. But the more time she spent with them, the more she seemed to realize the grim truth. There was no coming back for them. I found her kneeling in the snow beside the dogs, her face pale and her eyes red from tears.
"Noah,"
she said, her voice breaking.
I can't let them suffer. They deserve better than this."
I knew what she was implying, but the thought of it filled me with dread. "Becca, are you sure? Maybe there's still a way?" She shook her head, cutting me off.
"You've seen what this thing does to living beings. I won't let that happen to my dogs."
Her determination was clear, but the pain in her eyes was heartbreaking. I offered to help, ready to share this unbearable burden with her, but she refused. She shook her head, a hollow look in her eyes.
"They're my dogs, Noah,"
she said. Her voice was strange but resolute.
"I should be the one to do it."
There was a finality in her voice that brooked no argument. With a heavy heart, I nodded. I said my goodbyes, thanking each dog for their companionship and strength, for carrying us across the endless expanse of ice and snow. I gave Becca a supportive squeeze on the shoulder before I stepped away. I retreated to give her some privacy. As I walked away, the harsh wind bit into my skin. Then came the sounds that echoed across the frozen landscape. The gunshots. 4 in total. Each one was a piercing reminder of the cruel reality we were living in. After what felt like an eternity, Becca walked towards me, her face devoid of any emotion. Her eyes, however, betrayed the immense grief she was feeling. As she wiped away the last of her tears, I saw a hardness in her gaze that hadn't been there before.
"Let's keep moving,"
she said, her voice hollow. We spent the early morning hours studying the weatherproof map. A compass indicated our direction and also acted as a paperweight. The situation was grim, assuming every village in the area had been devastated by the gas. The closest human settlement was the town of Utqiagvik, almost 100 miles away. Even in the best of conditions, the journey would be arduous. On foot, in our current predicament, seemed utterly impossible. The truth was unavoidable. We were isolated, alone in the vast, frozen wilderness. Our only lifelines erased by an unseen force we were only beginning to comprehend. A profound silence settled over us as we stared at the map, the enormity of our predicament sinking in. As we sat in silence, I noticed Becca tracing a route with her finger, her brows furrowed in concentration. I looked at her, a glimmer of hope igniting within me. "Becca." She turns to me, a determined look on her face.
"I used to work on an oil rig, not too far from here,"
she said. She pointed out a spot on the map, a little dot off the northern coast of Alaska.
"It's about a 30-mile journey northeast of here," she explained. We'd have to kayak there. We can hug the coast. It'll take 2, maybe 3 days. If we're lucky, we'll run into one of the rig's crew boats.
Her proposal was a risky one. Kayaking through Arctic waters was a dangerous proposition. We would certainly have to navigate the freezing, unpredictable ocean. I don't know about this. Who knows how the gas has affected sea life? Hell, a rogue wave could plunge us into the icy waters. I expressed my doubts.
We don't have many choices.
Becca replied, her voice firm.
We can either try for Utqiagvik and likely die of exposure and exhaustion before we reach it, or we take a chance on the rig. I know the second option is risky, but at least there's a chance.
I looked back at the map, my eyes fixated on the tiny dot representing the rig. The weight of our decision hung heavily in the air. Finally, I met Becca's eyes, finding a look of frightened determination. I nodded. The rig it is, then. June 23rd, 2021. Our 2-person inflatable kayak felt like a tiny speck on the vast, endless sea, dwarfed by the towering icebergs and the shadowy, mutated leviathans that lurked beneath the watery surface. A chilling wind whistled through the desolate landscape, the only sound other than the rhythmic splash of our puddles against the cold water. In those hours, the line between night and day blurred, the sun never dipping far enough to plunge us into darkness. Time became measured in strokes of the paddle and the rhythmic rise and fall of the ocean. We made slow progress, taking turns paddling and resting, stealing moments of sleep when we could. We nibbled at our rations, preserving what we could for the uncertain journey ahead. On the second day, a light drizzle soaked us to the bone, the biting cold gnawing at our fingers and faces. As we huddled around the map to determine our bearings, I noticed Becca shivering beside me. Her face was pale, her lips tinted blue, and her speech was slightly slurred. Becca, are you all right? I asked, my voice barely audible above the howling wind.
I'm fine,
she insisted, but her chattering teeth betrayed her. It was clear I needed to get her out of the cold, and fast. Searching the shoreline, I spotted a dark recess in the cliffside. We're going ashore, I declared, veering our kayak towards the land. Becca didn't argue, her strength sapped by the relentless cold. We managed to pull our kayaks onto the rocky shore, the land a welcome reprieve from the icy waters. The cave we found provided some shelter from the wind, its mouth wide enough to prevent the buildup of snow. Once inside, I turned my attention to Becca. I removed her soaking wet outer layer and wrapped her in a thermal blanket. I pulled out our compact camping shovel from the supplies, grateful that we had it. A fire would have been ideal, but in these conditions, it was next to impossible to start one. The small, portable heater emitted a soft glow as I ignited it, its heat radiating into the cold cave. Next, I removed her gloves and snow boots, inspecting her extremities. My heart sank at the sight of her fingers and toes. White, hard, and numb, with a waxy appearance, all signs of frostbite. Using the first aid kit we scavenged from the outpost, I carefully cleaned and bandaged her frostbitten digits. Trying to reassure her, I said, "It's not too severe. You'll recover." We huddled together under the thermal blanket to conserve heat. Becca slipped in and out of consciousness, her body fighting the hypothermia. In her delirious state, Becca turns to me, her blue eyes clouded with confusion and fear. "Noah," she murmured, her voice barely a whisper.
Can you sing for me?
Sing? I was taken aback. The last thing I'd been expecting was a request for a song. But maybe, in her confused state, she was seeking some comfort. She nodded, her gaze unfocused.
Something in Inuit?
She requested. I thought about what to sing to her. I remembered as a child I'd stubbornly resist sleep until my mother returned from work, gripped by an irrational fear that she wouldn't be there when I awoke. To calm me, Grandma Nuri would sing an ancient Inuit lullaby, a song about the undying love between the moon and the sea, about their eternal dance and infinite patience. Clearing my throat, I started singing. My voice echoed softly in the cave. The lullaby, which I hadn't sung in years, flowed out in a gentle rhythm. Lati kon gitsak, takik, takik, ikurpag. The moon shines brightly. The moon watch is over. My voice grew stronger with each note, the lullaby's story of strength, love, and resilience reflecting our circumstances. Becca's eyes fluttered closed, her face relaxing slightly as the song washed over her. I watched her as I sang, the portable heater casting a soft glow on her pale face. The lullaby seemed to bring her some peace, her shaking lessening a bit as she leaned into me, her head resting on my shoulder. Her breathing started to sync with the rhythm of the song, slow and steady. It was a long, nerve-wracking night. I tried to stay awake, keeping a watchful eye on her and praying for the best. I woke to the dull gray of early morning, my body stiff from the cold, and the warmth beside me missing. I shot upright, looking around the small space of the cave. "Becca?" I called out, my voice bouncing off the stone walls. No response. The cave was empty, save for the remnants of our meager supplies. My heart pounded in my chest as my gaze landed on the thermal blanket discarded on the hard cave floor. I stumbled to my feet, grabbing the flashlight and scanning the cavern. There was no sign of her. Rushing outside, I found a set of bare footprints in the snow. Each impression was stained with a speck of crimson blood. Becca's clothes were scattered along the path, torn and soaked with fresh snow. I followed the footprints, my stomach churning as I collected her discarded garments. The trail led me away from the cave, winding along the icy shoreline. The morning light cast a pale glow on the icy landscape, but there was no sign of Becca. My breath misted in the cold air as I followed her trail, the only indication that life still existed in this barren, frozen expanse. A sense of urgency pushed me to move faster, through the biting cold, protesting against every step. I knew exactly what this meant. This was paradoxical undressing, a known phenomenon of late-stage hypothermia. The person in their confused and disoriented state feels an intense sensation of heat and starts to undress, often leading to their demise in the freezing temperatures. The bloodstains in the snow grew fainter and then disappeared entirely. But the footprints continued, their direction unwavering. My mind was in a whirl, but I didn't have time to dwell on it. I knew what I had to do. With a determined stride, I started to follow the footprints, praying that I wasn't too late. After what felt like hours, I saw her in the distance, a fragile silhouette against the white expanse. Her bare skin was almost the same color as the snow, tinged blue in the morning chill. Her auburn hair, once neatly braided, was now a wild mess of strands whipping into the biting wind. "Becca!" I shouted, my voice a desperate echo against the icy desolation. She didn't turn around. She staggered, barely upright, as she continued her aimless journey through the snow. As I approached, the wind carried fragments of a haunting melody to my ears. Becca was muttering, almost singing, in fluent Inuit, a language that just days earlier she barely knew 2 words of. "Ichirak, Polycoria, Ichirak, you come in the night. Ululuni, Pavalion Yinartot, filling our homes with terror and fright. Tukok Siksani, Tagvitak Tuk Samika,
Your cold, empty eyes peering deep within. Ajulgar talo, nagaliak baktot. Your wickedness lowering in the darkness. Putitugate, tivalian jarutikut. And we do nothing but watch. Summoning every ounce of courage, I stepped forward and gently turned her around to face me. The sight that met my eyes was worse than any nightmare I could have ever imagined. Becca, once the epitome of strength and vitality, stood in front of me, resembling a frostbitten corpse. Her once vibrant blue eyes were replaced with empty sockets, from which emerged squirming tentacles that undulated in the cold morning air. Her face was a canvas of jagged lines and fractures resembling the intricate tattoos we had discovered on the ancient mummies at the drill site. In her hand, she held a scalpel from the medkit, its metallic surface gleaming ominously under the weak sunlight. She raised her hand, the scalpel glinting menacingly. She stared at her other hand with an unnerving fascination. I watched in horror as she positioned the scalpel over one of her fingers. "Becca, no!" I cried out, but my plea was drowned by the howling wind. Suddenly, she brought the scalpel down to her hand, severing one of her frostbitten fingers with a chilling efficiency. The sound of flesh being cut open echoed ominously in the frigid silence, a horrid, squelching noise that was both wet and grating, reminiscent of a butcher carving a slab of meat. There was no cry or pain, no reaction to the gruesome act she was performing on herself. As the severed digit fell to the snowy ground, an overpowering stench hit me, an unholy blend of decay and brine that reminded me of rotting fish left out in the sun. She continued the gruesome task with a grim determination, each slice of the scalpel followed by the horrible thud of a finger falling onto the snow. And then, the horror compounded. The amputated fingers started to wriggle on the icy ground, transforming into tentacled monstrosities that writhed as if taunting me with their grotesque existence. I racked my brain to make sense of what I was witnessing. The old tales of Sedna, the Inuit sea goddess, echoed in my mind. Cast into the sea by her father, her fingers were cut off as she tried to cling to his kayak. As each finger hit the water, they transformed into sea creatures. This was like some twisted parody of the legend. Becca cocked her head towards me, the tendrils in her eyes pulsating with a strange, unnatural rhythm. A haunting smirk played on her lips, a perverse mockery of the confident smile I had grown accustomed to seeing. She raised her mutilated hands to me, her thumb and forefinger forming a sinister, beckoning gesture. Her voice, when she spoke, was a haunting echo of the woman I had known. "Join us." June 24th, 2021. She continued her grisly transformation, tendrils waving like wicked antennas, the air around us growing colder and more oppressive.
"Becca, it's me. No."
I pleaded, trying to pierce through her madness.
"You have to fight whatever this is. You're stronger than this."
She paused for a moment, her severed fingers ceasing their squirming dance in the snow, and I saw a flicker of recognition in the writhing mass of her eyes. But it was short-lived. Without warning, she lunged at me. Her free hand, still clutching the scalpel, slashed at me in a frenzied attack. I stumbled backwards, but she was on me in an instant, scratching and biting with a ferocity that was nothing short of animalistic. Her detached fingers, now unrivalingly animated, slithered towards me, twining around my legs, tugging and pulling, forcing me onto the icy snow. I gasped as one looped around my neck, its cold touch stinging like a frigid brand. She opened her mouth, revealing even more tendrils, each one hissing as they stretched towards me. Suddenly, the sharp pain of her scalpel penetrated my side, the icy cold blade cutting through my flesh. "Plead with me," she whispered sadistically as she twisted the scalpel, causing excruciating pain to erupt from my wound. I could feel the warmth of my blood staining the ice beneath me. She leaned in close. Her voice was a chilling whisper that froze my blood. "They're coming, Noah," she said. "Can't you hear them? They've been calling to me, singing to me. It's a beautiful song. A song of rebirth, of transformation." Her severed fingers tightened around my throat, cutting off my air supply. My vision blurred and darkened. In sheer desperation, I groped for anything I could use to defend myself. My fingers curled around the cold handle of my ice axe. With a swift, desperate swing, I struck her at the base of her neck. She gasped, her grip around my neck loosening. I rolled her off me, scrambling to put distance between us, but she quickly recovered, pulling the axe out of her neck with an unholy strength. A dark, pungent liquid oozed from the gaping wound, staining the snow with its sickly hue. "Becca, please don't do this," I pleaded with her. She brandished the axe. A primal scream erupted from her lips as she charged at me. My hand went to my side, gripping the handle of Katok's meteorite knife. As she ran towards me, I instinctively braced myself, aiming the blade at her. With a terrifying shriek, she impaled herself on the knife, her momentum carrying her forward until she slumped against me. With an agonized whimper, she staggered backwards, the fierceness in her eyes dimming. Her tentacled fingers stilled, the squirming tendrils retracting into the emptiness of her eye sockets. She looked up at me with a terrifying mixture of fear and confusion. As Becca fell backward onto the snowy ground, her appearance shifted, morphing into an achingly familiar form. My heart pounded in my chest as I looked down into the face of my grandmother, Anure. The icy landscape around me faded, replaced by the aged walls of our childhood apartment. I glanced at my hands, covered in blood, but they weren't mine. They were large, scarred, aged from years of labor. My father's hands. The ceremonial knife in my grip transformed into a crude switchblade, its edge ominously glinting in the dim light, fresh blood dripping from it. In the corner of the room, a small figure huddled on the windowsill, wide eyes filled with terror. It was me, younger, smaller, bearing witness to a horror no child should see. The night my father, driven by a drunken rage, took the life of the one person who meant everything to me. "No," I cried, rushing to the figure on the floor. Dropping to my knees, I cradled my grandma in my arms, my tears freezing to my face. She looked just like the night she died. In an instant, my surroundings shifted. No longer was I in the warmth of my home, but back in the Arctic wilderness. It was no longer my grandma I held in my arms, but Becca. Her skin, once flush with life, was now as pale and cold as the ice that hemmed us in. The once monstrous tendrils retracted from her eye sockets, revealing the blue irises I knew so well. A strangled gasp escaped her lips as the harsh wind whipped around us. I could feel her body shuddering with each ragged breath she took, a frail echo of her former vitality. My gaze fell on her chest, where a dark stain was slowly spreading. Using Katok's knife, I ripped off a piece of my jacket and pressed it against the wound, but it felt like trying to dam a river with twigs. "Noah," she croaked, her voice barely audible over the wind. "Becca," I said, reaching for her hand. It was icy cold. "I'm here." "Stay with me," I said, cupping her face in my hands. I could see fear and confusion in her eyes, but also recognition. She reached up, her hand weakly clutching mine. "I'm so cold," she croaked out, a faint hint of her old self returning. I wrapped my arms around her, pulling her close to me. My heart pounded painfully against my ribcage as I held her against my chest. Her breaths came in short, uneven gasps, each one slower than the last. "It's going to be okay," I lied, trying to infuse my voice with as much confidence and warmth as I could muster. I knew her condition was dire, the life seeping from her as surely as the blood staining the snow beneath us. But I couldn't let her last moments be filled with fear and despair. "Noah, she struggled to say. For a moment, I saw a spark of the old Becca in her eyes, the fierce determination that had always defined her. But then, her eyes rolled back in her head, and her body went limp in my arms. "Becca," I whispered, "stay with me." Her only response was a soft, gurgling sound, as if she was trying to speak, but couldn't. Her body grew colder, her skin turning a sickly blue. "No," I muttered, shaking her. "Becca, wake up." But it was too late. With a final, shuddering breath, she went still. The hand I was holding fell limply to her side, the icy chill of death already creeping into her skin. I wasn't sure how long I stayed there, holding Becca's lifeless body, before I finally managed to stand up. With the last shreds of my strength, I made a decision. Becca deserved a proper farewell, not to be left on this cold, desolate landscape as carrion. In a daze, I began to gather rocks from the surrounding area, hauling them over to the spot where Becca's body lay. In a daze, I began to gather rocks from the surrounding area, hauling them over to the spot where Becca's body lay. In the harsh Arctic wilderness, you couldn't dig a grave in the permafrost. There were no flowers to leave on her grave, no trees to make a coffin, just cold, indifferent stones. Once I had enough rocks, I set to work constructing an Inukshuk, a cairn used by the Inuit as a marker to help the recently deceased to find their way to the afterlife. Each stone was a silent tribute to the woman who had been my companion, my confidant, my friend. Each stone was carefully selected and placed, forming a silhouette that mirrored the human form. The tallest stone for the body, a pair of stones for the arms, and a smaller stone for the head. The work was hard, and the freezing winds didn't make it any easier. But I forced myself to continue, focusing on the task at hand as a way to escape the grim reality of what had transpired. Next, I laid Becca's body beneath the Inukshuk, folding her arms over her chest. With a heavy heart, I said my final goodbyes, whispering them into the icy wind, praying that they would reach her wherever she was. Naglakpik Inop, Kwamanak, Hulionarmion, Timotak. Your spirit lives on in my memories, never forgotten, never incomplete. Lastly, I placed Katak's otherworldly knife into her hands. I didn't know why, but I thought she would have more use for it than I would. With the last of my energy drained, I stepped back to take in the sight. The Inukshuk stood tall against the pale sky. Its form contrasted against the snow-covered landscape. It was a ghostly figure standing vigil over Becca's final resting place. A silent sentry keeping watch over her as she journeyed to the spirit world.
June 15th, 2021. I must have wandered for what felt like hours, perhaps even days, with no sense of time or direction. The icy landscape stretched out indefinitely, a vast expanse of desolation, as if the entire world had succumbed to the frost. I was numb, both physically from the piercing cold that infiltrated my clothes and skin, and mentally from the shock of what had occurred. Every gust of wind, every crunch of snow beneath my feet seemed to echo Becca's presence. Each shadow cast by the moonlight transformed into demons, coming to claim me. My side throbbed with a persistent pain where Becca had stabbed me, a cruel reminder of the nightmare that had become my reality. The wound was probably infected by now, or maybe I was succumbing to hypothermia. I didn't really care. Each gasping breath felt like an accomplishment, each blink a momentous effort. My mind, once sharp and alert, now wandered aimlessly in a fugue state. Suddenly, a shadow flickered across the white canvas of the snow. The shadow caused a shiver of dread to seize my body. I squinted, shielding my eyes against the weak sun, and made out the silhouette of a helicopter. Its rotors were a mere whisper in the icy air, the dull throb of its engines barely audible over the wind's moan. In my haze of fear and exhaustion, the helicopter was another menacing figure, another Ijarak sent to torment me. I couldn't risk it. I couldn't bear the thought of falling prey to those shape-shifting demons again. With trembling fingers, I fumbled in my pocket, my numb fingers finding the reassuring grip of the flare gun. With a shaky hand, I fired the flare. The sudden light, brilliant against the gray sky, arched upwards, a fiery serpent against the dull expanse. The sharp smell of gunpowder filled my nostrils, momentarily overpowering the stench of decay that still clung to my clothes. It was a desperate attempt to ward off my tormentor, a signal flare that carried more of a plea for mercy than a call for help. The helicopter veered towards the flare, like a moth drawn to a flame. The last thing I remember was the sudden brightness, an intense spotlight blinding me. A rush of noise, the helicopter descending, shouting voices, the crunch of boots on snow. And then, with a nauseating lurch, the world turned black. August 1st, 2021. When I regained consciousness, the frosty landscape was replaced with white, sterile walls and a rhythmic beeping. I was in a hospital, the incessant beeping originating from the machines monitoring my vitals. My frozen clothes were gone, replaced with a thin hospital gown, and the once throbbing wounds now bore a clean dressing. The first few days in the hospital passed in a haze as I drifted in and out of consciousness. There was always someone there when I woke up. A nurse, a doctor, an official from the Environmental Protection Agency. Their faces drifting in and out of focus as I wrestled with my own tortured thoughts. As the days passed, my strength began to return. I began to sit up, to speak, to ask questions. With each question, I was met with a flood of information, each revelation more horrifying than the last. They told me about the drill, about the toxic hydrogen sulfide released into the air. They spoke of a devastating wave of poison that had decimated both the research station and the nearby settlements. The scientists explained the symptoms, how exposure to hydrogen sulfide could result in severe neurological damage. They talked of disorientation and paranoia, of vivid hallucinations that seemed so real they had driven some to madness, to violence, even to murder. They described how the villagers had wandered off into the snowstorm, disoriented and confused, driven by hallucinations to their doom. Only a single newborn infant, miraculously untouched by the poison, had been found alive amidst the ashes of Silap Inuit.
The personnel at Outpost Aurora had fared even worse. They'd destroyed their only means of escape, dooming themselves in their madness. Some had succumbed to the toxic gas, while others had fallen victim to their own colleagues, driven by their poisoned minds to horrific acts of violence. The doctors explained that the things I'd witnessed, the terrifying encounters with the Ijarak, talking ravens, the monstrous transformation of Becca, were all products of my poisoned mind. They weren't real. They couldn't have been real. I wanted to believe them. I really did. It was easier to accept that I'd simply been hallucinating than to confront the horror of what I thought I had witnessed. The people at the research station, the villagers, they were all victims of a terrible accident, not some supernatural force. It was tragic, but it was rational. It was something I could understand. But there were things I just couldn't shake, things that didn't fit neatly into their hydrogen sulfide theory. The village, for instance. Yes, they'd found the burned-out remains of the settlement, but not a single trace of the villagers themselves. Search parties had painstakingly combed the surrounding area for days, enduring the harsh elements, all in vain. Not a single body was recovered. 30 people just don't disappear without a trace, not even in a harsh, frozen landscape like this one. Where were the bodies? Why weren't there any signs of a struggle or of the panicked flights they described? And then there was Becca. The recovery team found the Inuksuk had constructed for her, but when they opened it, expecting to recover her body, they found it empty. There were bare human footprints leading from the cairn to the sea. Footprints that, according to the weather records, were made days after the gas cloud had dissipated. How was it possible? How could a dead woman, encased in a tomb of ice and stone, simply walk away? July 7th, 2023. In the aftermath of the horrifying events at Outpost Aurora, the authorities declared the entire area a disaster zone. The high levels of residual toxins, along with the lingering risk of additional leaks from the deserted drilling site, rendered the area too hazardous for habitation. The remoteness of the disaster allowed the subsequent relocation of the surviving Inuit tribes to be done clandestinely. During this period, I was consumed by a profound sense of guilt and duty to assist my people. As an Inuit, and as one of the few survivors of the incident, I felt a deep connection and responsibility to those who had also lost so much. I worked tirelessly to help facilitate the relocations, ensuring that my people were moved safely, with dignity, and with as little disruption to their way of life as possible. I provided guidance on cultural norms, tradition, and practices, ensuring they were preserved and respected in the relocation process. During this period, I also found the strength to return to my academic pursuits. I completed my PhD in anthropology, my dissertation focusing on the resilience of Inuit societies in the face of severe climatic and socio-cultural disruptions. After the completion of my doctorate, I realized I no longer had the stomach for field research. The trauma of what had unfolded had left deep imprints on my psyche, making the once thrilling prospect of Arctic exploration a haunting reminder of the fragility of life. Instead, I moved back to Anchorage to accept a university lecturer position and have tried to live as normal a life as possible. Yet, even as I carve out this new path, my past remains with me, especially in the wintertime, when snow falls like a blanket over the city, obscuring everything in a shroud of white. On these nights, I often find myself drawn to the coast. I walk along the shoreline, gazing out over the frost-kissed waters, half expecting to see a figure emerging from the icy depths. Becca, or rather, the thing she became. Her memory lingers. A ghost in the snow. A specter in the sea foam.
Polycoria is an extremely rare eye condition in which an iris contains two pupils. Before last weekend, I didn't even know that an eye could have double pupils. You might be in the same boat, given that there have only been 2 recorded cases of true polycoria since 1966, supposedly. Why am I telling you about an obscure type of eye defect? Well, I've been conducting research on the topic. I need to understand what happened at my great-aunt's mansion out in the sticks. I thought that finding an answer would ease the gnawing knot of terror in my chest, but no rational explanation seemed to suffice. Not even the textbook definition of polycoria explained what I saw. My father's side of the family is essentially non-existent, due to some terrible childhood event that he hasn't ever discussed. Only he and his aunt, Audrey, survived. We used to be visited by her when we were little, but she had grown sicker and sicker with every passing year. So last weekend, we finally went on a family trip to see her.
Why do we have to drive all the way to Scotland?
My younger sister, Lisa, moaned. I don't think you'll be whining when you see it, Lisa. My dad laughed. It makes our house look like a shoebox. It's a palace. In the middle of nowhere. My little brother, Jacob, muttered under his breath. Inverness isn't the middle of nowhere. My dad scoffed.
It's not technically Inverness, though, is it?
I pointed out.
I checked the destination on Google Maps. Audrey's house is a few miles from the city in a sketchy little place with no name. Come on, everyone. This is an adventure. You'll be eating your words in a few hours.
My mom said.
You won't want to go back to Bury.
She wasn't wrong, but I didn't want to be in Bury or Inverness. I wanted to be with my university friends in Manchester. They were partying before resuming studies. I, meanwhile, was cooped up in a car with my irritating siblings and incessantly peppy parents. Red car, Jacob giggled. Thump. Every time he saw a red car on the motorway, my demonic brother would punch me in the arm. I semi-patiently tolerated the moronic game. Jacob's 11-year-old attention-deficit brain needed some sort of stimulation on a 6-hour car journey. The alternative would be fidgeting and complaining about the lack of signal on his phone. Besides, I had ways to entertain myself, too.
Did you ever hear about the little boy who spoke too much? I asked. Felicity, my mom warned. No scaring your brother.
I'm not scared of Felicity's lame-ass ghost stories,
Jacob insisted.
Oh, this isn't a story, I said. This is something I saw on the news. A little boy drove his older sister to madness, but she was a med student. So she tied him to an operating table, stitched his lips together, and for good measure, removed his limbs.
No, she didn't,
Jacob stammered.
You made that up.
My brother attempted to maintain his composure, but his trembling voice gave him away.
If only you had a signal to Google it on your phone, eh?
I teased.
No, you're right. I made up the part about the limbs. It makes a gal think, though.
I eyed up Jacob's left arm, the weapon that he used for the red car game. I slowly stroked my chin, as if I were contemplating how I'd saw off my brother's culpable limb, given the chance. His face turned pale.
Come on, Felicity, my mom said. Enough. Scared, Mom?
I asked, grinning.
Look out the window, Felicity,
Lisa said.
There's something creepier than your story.
We'd reached Audrey's village. All 5 of us silently soaked in the strange little ghost town. It was a time capsule, a perfectly preserved place. Rusted husks of vehicles from the 90s were rotted away on overgrown, weed-covered driveways. The main road was mostly deserted, but there were a few withered wanderers who stopped and suspiciously squinted at the family in the shiny Range Rover. We were out of place, and everybody knew it.
Does anybody even live here?
Lisa asked, shuddering.
These people look like ghosts.
A lot of folks moved away in the 90s, my dad replied. Most of the people around here were farmers, and they left when the crop fields started to dry up.
I don't like that they're all staring at us,
Jacob said, disappearing into his seat. Not many people come to these parts, my dad said. That's all.
What about your aunt?
Lisa asked.
Why's she still here?
Old money? My mom chuckled. Very old money, my dad added. My family members definitely weren't farmers. I guess you weren't listening when I said mansion. As we rounded the corner at the end of the village, my father smugly nodded his head at something ahead of him. Take a look, he said. We squeezed our heads between the two front seats, eager to see what lay at the end of the half-mile stretch of road. Even at that distance, the humongous house loomed impressively above its surroundings. Woodland sat behind it, and huge gates sat before it, roughly a quarter-mile down the road. It was a ridiculously long driveway. What do you think? My mom asked. Speechless, aren't we? It looks like a haunted house, Jacob said. I leaned towards him and whispered, I bet there's an operating table in the basement. As we trudged onto the gravel at the front of the house, which I had half expected to be abandoned, we were greeted by a dozen smartly dressed servants. I thought to myself that my great-aunt was probably the only employer left in the barren village. I kept that hypothesis to myself, of course. Once we had all bundled out of the Range Rover, my father opens the boot. A young man in a suit swiftly sprinted in front of him. Let me get the bags for you, sir. The man insisted. Mr. Rhinestone is waiting for you in the lounge. Yes, that's our family name. Believe me when I say that I've faced plenty of ridicule for having what my families call a bougie name. Felicity Rhinestone. My brother and my parents headed to the front door. My sister, who was multitasking by looking at her phone and her surroundings, strolled alongside me. These members of the staff look like hostages. Do you think she pays them? Lisa asked, smirking. I laughed. We're in the boonies now, who knows? The slave trade might still exist out here. We snorted under our breaths. Some of the servants collected our bags from the Range Rover, but most of them hung back. They were standing proudly on the driveway, as if they were guards of Buckingham Palace. One of them, in particular, caught my eye. She was a young, spectacularly pretty woman who wore her dirty blonde hair in a ponytail. Actually, she was a girl. She must have been around my age. She beamed at me, and her posture seemed a little lackadaisical compared to her regimented colleagues. From the moment I first saw her, it was clear that she didn't belong. I hardly registered all of those things, however. I noticed something else. She had 2 black pupils in her left iris. Desperately trying not to gawk, I politely smiled at the servant and hurried my sister into the house, following the rest of our family. The beautiful staff member tilted his head to one side, following us with all 3 pupils, and there was something wrong with the smile on her lips. It filled me with immense dread. I was sure to close the front door behind me, so as to distance myself from the woman's eerie gaze. It had nothing to do with the double pupil in her eye and everything to do with her haunting expression. What's wrong with the... Lisa began. Stop, I interrupted. You can't comment on things like that. My sister was already Googling 2 pupils, 1 eye, so I peered over her shoulder. That was when we first learned of Polycoria. Lisa thought it was cool, but I told her to keep that opinion to herself. The condition comes with difficulties, such as visual impairment, which I was sure to point out to my younger sister. We took a moment to admire the mighty house in which we found ourselves. I wouldn't exactly call myself an expert in architecture, but the lavish Rhinestone home must have dated back to the late 19th century, given the long-faded Victorian decor. There were so many dusty, neglected paintings of our ancestors. The canvases hung on mahogany walls, which lined 2 staircases at either side of the entryway. It might not have been mahogany. It was something needlessly decadent. The lounge was visible through a large doorway on the right-hand side of the expensive lobby area. Standing in the doorway, my father spotted my sister and me. He beckoned for us to come and greet our great-aunt. "And here are your 2 grandnieces, Audrey," my dad said. As my sister and I entered the lounge, my great-aunt Audrey swiveled her head around to face us over the back of her armchair. It was only a courtesy, I suppose, given her blindness. Her glazed eyes surveyed Lisa and me. When she used to visit us, I always believed that she was lying. I thought she could actually see. "I assume you've both grown, but I wouldn't know," Audrey said, lightly giggling. I knelt on the rug in front of the log fire with Jacob, and my mom ushered Lisa into the kitchen. They helped the servants to prepare dinner. My little brother seemed content that, at long last, his phone signal had returned. There certainly wasn't any Wi-Fi in that ancient house, so I warned him not to burn through all of his mobile data or brain cells on terrible TikTok videos. When I mustered the energy to stand up, I saw Audrey whispering to my father. I couldn't catch all of it, but she seemed to be berating him for coming to the house. He told her that her 90th birthday was a special occasion, but she persisted with the scolding. I pretended to inspect the photographs on the mantel above the fireplace so as not to arouse suspicion.
"I told you to never come back to this place," she whispered. I heard that last line very clearly.
"And Audrey can tell you all about the people in those photos," my dad said, speaking at normal volume again. "Do you recognize any of them, Felicity?" I scoffed.
No? You've never told us anything about your side of the family.
"Is that true, Lionel?" Audrey gasped. "Surely you've told them about your mother."
"I told you about Maggie, Felicity," my dad said.
You told me her name,
I replied. "Your father's mother, my sister, was a remarkable woman," Audrey said. "I think you two would have liked her. She would have adored you. What happened in '89 was, well, your father and I were fortunate to survive."
"Audrey," my dad began.
"I think we should talk about it," Audrey insisted. "There was a time that you thought I was the greatest aunt in the world, Lionel. You see, Felicity, I was the black sheep of the family. The Rhinestones were always such serious people, and I felt suffocated by them. Lionel's mother was the same, but she was always better at playing by the rules than me. She married, settled down, had children, and did everything by the book."
Children. I knew my father had lost his parents in the mysterious incident in '89, but he'd never mentioned any siblings.
"Maggie was the only one who looked out for me, much as you look out for your brother and sister, Felicity," Audrey continued. "When I told my family what I'd seen in the orchard, Maggie was the only one who believed me."
dinner.
My mom interrupted, bursting into the room. My father guided Audrey into the dining area, casting a disparaging look at my brother and me, as if to say that we should just let the topic drop. We entered a grand room with an obnoxiously long table, more mahogany, more paintings, more rot, cobwebs, and dingy lighting. And yet, despite all of that, Audrey's ancestral home still had an air of sophistication and character. It was haunting, but it was also beautiful.
What is this?
Jacob asked. We'd been served plates of indistinguishable meat with sides of vegetables. It almost looked like a roast dinner, but I shared Jacob's sentiment. I didn't like the look of the meat.
Jacob,
my mom gasped.
I'm so sorry, Audrey.
Audrey simply laughed.
"It's fine, Grace. I get it. Looks strange, doesn't it, Jacob? It's our slightly unique haggis recipe. You're in Scotland, after all. Anyway, it's hard to find meat in these parts. The land isn't what it used to be."
Breaking the uncomfortable stillness that followed Audrey's somber statement, servants emerged from the kitchen to collect our plates. My parents engaged in conversation with them, attempting to revitalize the atmosphere of the meal. I recognized one of the workers from our arrival, the woman with Polycoria. However, something was different. Her iris had returned to normal. There was only one pupil in her left eye, but that wasn't what really stood out to me. Her face was warmer, kinder.
"Are you finished?"
she asked, reaching for my plate. Gazing at her dopily, I nodded. The woman smiled at me with two blue eyes, each containing only one pupil.
"I'm Rosie," she said. "You're Felicity, right?"
Bowled over by the bubbly girl hovering to the side of my chair, I shook off the fear and confusion that had previously instilled me.
"Yeah, nice to meet you,"
I awkwardly replied.
"Sorry for not introducing myself earlier,"
Rosie said.
"You looked a little freaked out. I hope I wasn't giving you a resting bitch face. I just had a bad headache, that's all." It's been a long first week. I hate this job.
After that brief one-way conversation, Rosie took my plate and left, as did the other servants. The rest of the evening slipped away from me. I couldn't stop thinking about the woman whose iris had changed in the space of a few hours. I couldn't stop thinking about the complete transformation in her overall aura. I don't know how else to describe the feeling in the pit of my stomach. All I know is that it filled me with unease. Rosie filled me with unease. As lovely as she seemed, I felt deeply disconcerted around her.
Hey, Felicity,
Lisa whispered.
come and look out of this window.
Later in the evening, we were exploring the house. Lisa and I ended up watching Audrey's orchard from a second-floor window. It must have been around 11 p.m. The overcast moon barely illuminated the acres of land behind the mansion, but we saw enough. More than enough. The grass was moving, some black, featureless substance was seeping from the earth. It was slithering in long, snake-like trails towards the house.
What is that?
Lisa whimpered. Before I could respond, there was a creak at the other end of the upstairs hallway. We both turned to see what had created this sound. Nothing. With quaking knees, my sister and I walked towards the other end of the corridor, clutching each other's whitened hands in terror. When we reached the other end, we turned our heads to the right and looked down the staircase that led to the entryway. No light, no sound, nobody. Everyone, other than us, had gone to bed.
I think we're jumping at shadows in the orchard and sounds of the house,
I whispered to my little sister, attempting to soothe her.
Time for bed.
Lisa nodded, wiping a tear that had started to form at the bottom of her eye. With a gentle nod of my head, I motioned at the bedroom door to the side of us. My sister entered the room and closed the door behind her. I turned around, ready to follow suit and get some much-needed rest. That's when I saw her. At the opposite end of the hallway, standing before the window that overlooked the orchard, was a woman. In the unlit corridor, only dim moonlight revealed any of her features, but it was sufficient. Rosie. Even in the darkness of that upstairs hallway, I could tell that it wasn't the friendly Rosie I'd met in the dining room. It was the other Rosie that I'd seen when we first arrived at the house. Only half of her face was visible in the white glow of the moon. The left side. Her left iris, even at the other end of the corridor, noticeably contained two pupils.
Felicity,
Rosie whispered.
such a pretty name. Such pretty eyes.
Rosie turned to face the window. She gazed upon the orchard. Petrified, I was fixated on the shadowy specter with its back turned to me. And then, in a slow yet somehow instantaneous act, the unnerving woman raised her hands. She seized the two curtains on either side of the window. As her silhouetted fingers tightened their grip on the black fabric, I silently screamed. I understood what she was doing. The curtains drew closed, and we were standing in the darkness. She was at the window end of the corridor, and I was at the staircase end. I wanted to run, but I couldn't see a thing. Moreover, I was paralyzed by fear. Silence. Then, the most horrifyingly loud wheezing. The pitter-pattering of delicate footsteps across the corridor. I didn't need to see anything to know that the thing which looked like Rosie but wasn't her had started to dart towards me in the blackness. Throat closing up, I stumbled against the wall and opened the first door on my left, the bathroom door. I frantically slammed it shut behind me, just as something heavy barged into it from the other side. I twisted the lock and stepped backwards. I expected more banging, but the corridor was silent. The door was still. All I could hear was my own heartbeat in the icy canals of my ears. Foolishly, I tried to convince myself that Rosie had gone. I told myself it might be safe to open the door and go to my bedroom.
I can see you.
The words were whispered from the other side of the door, and they sent a tidal wave of goosebumps coursing across my flesh. Rosie was looking through the keyhole.
I knew that before I even dared to look. Trembling, I reached for the light string and shakily tugged it. A murky orange glow was cast from the forgotten light bulb above me. I cautiously knelt on the tile floor of the bathroom and shuffled over to the door. At first, I looked through the keyhole. I couldn't see anything. Blackness. But then, a chilling breath danced towards me, and an eye suddenly appeared at the other end of the keyhole, revealed by the light from the bathroom bulb. 2 black, cavernous irises stared back at me from the single eyeball. I gasped in horror. I finally had a clear view of the 2 pupils in Rosie's left iris, and I was no longer sure that I was looking at pupils. They were moving, swirling around her eyeball like miniature eels, black, living parasites. "Rosie," I whispered, "please."
Rosie is gone.
She croaked.
We need more bodies.
The second pupil, which was writhing at the outer edge of Rosie's dazzlingly blue iris, suddenly divided. Before I knew it, there were 3 pupils fighting for space in her left eye. The newborn third pupil slid to the bottom of the iris. The black pupil, which wasn't really a pupil at all, extended into the sclera and started to ooze onto Rosie's lower eyelid. Once it had fully departed her eye, the watery black thing started to slither down the narrow tunnel of the keyhole. It was moving towards me. I backed away in slow motion, losing my grasp of reality, and watching as the unidentifiable creature seeped through my end of the keyhole. It trickled down the wooden door, heading towards the bathroom tiles on the floor. I didn't know what to do. In a blind panic, I leapt into the bathtub, keeping my eye on the dark surface that was worming its way over the tiles. Once it had reached the center of the room, I inched towards the door, reaching for the handle. Leaning over the edge of the bathtub, I twisted the handle and flung the door open. She was gone. No such luck with the black parasite. Knowing that time wasn't on my side, I hurtled over the side of the tub, steering clear of the evil creature on the floor, and rapidly closed the bathroom door behind me. I pulled my jumper over my head and wedged it between the bottom of the door and the floor. Standing in the lightless hallway, I crouched down and stared through the keyhole into the still-lit bathroom. I had to stop the black thing from escaping. I tore off a corner of my t-shirt and plunged it aggressively into the keyhole, ensuring that there was no gap through which the horrifying creature could free itself. I didn't know whether my barricades would be enough. I just knew I didn't want to go anywhere near that thing. I had terrible visions of the black worm leapfrogging onto my face, wriggling its way into my eyeball, and painfully taking over my mind. Zigzagging from wall to wall in the darkness, I found my way to the bedroom and locked myself inside. I didn't sleep, of course. I sat on the edge of my bed, keeping my phone connected to its charger and continuously lighting the keyhole to my door. Those 8 hours were longer than you could possibly imagine. In the morning, feeling unwelcome in Audrey's home, my father begrudgingly herded us into the Range Rover. "I've no idea what's wrong with her," he said as we drove away. "I thought we could spend a fun weekend together."
You just wanted to give him a nice birthday,
my mom said, consoling him.
We tried.
"She used to be easygoing," my dad said. "I guess time changes things." It was quite a journey. I was fine with that, at first, but something soon clicked. Jacob. We had passed so many red cars, but he hadn't uttered a word or even threatened me with a punch. I turned to face my little brother, and I immediately knew something was wrong. He didn't look directly at me, but I knew Jacob saw me in his peripheral vision. A twisted smile started to emerge on his face. I had to stifle a scream. My worst suspicion was confirmed. As if some aquatic creature were about to swim to the surface of his eye, I saw his pupil ripple.
The Best Garden in Boone County award was to be given out in 2 days, and I was not to be outdone. This was my year. I could feel it deep in my gut, at the pit of my stomach. We're talking about the holy grail of garden awards. Best Garden of the Year in this part of the country, major bragging rights. This was something women and their husbands bragged about to one another all the time. To be named Best Garden in the whole county was the equivalent of being chosen Best Actress at the Oscars for all of us folks in Boone County. For the past several years, Miss Patty Carmichael had received the accolades, and you could always hear her husband Jerry blabbering on and on about it to his fellow lawyer friends at their company parties. Rick, my husband, would always come home and tell me what he said. "My Patty has the most beautiful daisies," he would say. Or, my favorite, "She's always out in her garden tittering away. She's a shoo-in this year." Patty wasn't a shoo-in this year. I was going to bring home the title even if I had to kill someone to do it. I'd spent hours and hours in the dirt and sweltering heat, making sure all my flowers and vegetables were watered, trimmed, and growing the way they were supposed to. I checked everything once, twice, 3 times, maybe 4 to ensure my garden was perfect. Flawless. I dug my hands into dry dirt, pulled up armies of weeds with raw, bloodied palms. My hands sure knew the lengths to which I would go to win this competition, with my dry and brittle fingertips always dancing on the edge of cracking open and bleeding. The knuckles were no better. Patty, Joanne, Derryberry, and I were the only contestants who'd bothered to enter the competition this year. After last year's fiasco with Miss Kelly Smith's tomatoes, a terrible tragedy involving her family and the judges ingesting some form of ricin that had been injected into each fruit, everyone was too scared to plant anything. Blame was passed around the community. Everyone thought someone in the contest was the culprit, and it certainly had to be the case. The blame was pointed at Patty first. The gossip had spread like wildfire around town that Kelly had something special in store in her garden that year. And instead of taking second place like a good sport, Patty took matters into her own hands and poisoned her tomatoes. She was not going to lose her first place spot. But when police investigated the claim, nothing came of it. So, blame was passed to me. I was interrogated, investigated, poked, and prodded. My house was searched, but my history was squeaky clean. There wasn't anything to find here. I kept cameras in my garden in hopes that whatever happened to Kelly Smith's tomatoes would not happen to my plants and flowers. I would not be sabotaged like her. This year, my prized piece was my daughter plant. Known for its parasitic nature, daughter plants liked to feed on other plants by attaching themselves to their host via a special organ, the hostorium, and withdrawing nutrients from them. The judges would wonder why I grew such a villainous, leafless plant in my garden when it very well could take over and rule the rest of my flowers and vegetables, sucking the life out of them as well. The truth is, I let it feed on my chrysanthemums and hoped that it wouldn't spread any further than them. I was taking a huge leap of faith. One I wasn't sure was the best decision, but I knew it would earn some major points in creativity. I glanced over at the brownish-yellow, slender, string-like stems of my daughter plant wrapping around my orange and yellow chrysanthemums. It looked like an easel full of paint had exploded on the plants. Colors expanded in each crevice, bright and vibrant in the sunlight, bearing down on them. The daughter's flowers and nodule-like clusters made up of tiny yellow or white bell-like united petals mixed with the chrysanthemum blooms, swallowing them whole. The sheer boldness of my choices would definitely make me this year's shoo-in. Forget Patty and her plain white daisies, hello over-the-top parasitic plants, and new beginnings. The day of the judging, we all gathered around the Boone County Courthouse Square. I glared at Patty and Jerry, hoping they could sense the hatred radiating from my body. She had taken this title from me for 5 years, but this year would be different. I could feel it in my bones. Rick looped his arm around my waist and nuzzled his nose into my ear.
"You got this in the bag, Shelby,"
he whispered, sending a chill down my spine. No matter what I did, Rick was always there to support me. You're damn right I've got this in the bag. I took his hand into mine, squeezing it lightly as Horace Hayes, the judge executive of Boone County, bellowed into the microphone, alerting the crowd before him that the judging was soon to start.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen,
Horace said, a wide white smile spreading across his thin lips. His teeth were so brilliantly white they almost looked fake.
and welcome to the annual Boone County Garden Competition. We'll be taking a look at 3 gardens today. One from Miss Patty Carmichael, another from Joanne Derryberry, and the final garden from Miss Shelby Lyons. Join me in congratulating these 3 fine young women for their hard work this year, preparing their gardens for the contest.
All of maybe 20 people clapped their hands in celebratory applause. There wasn't a great turnout this year, most likely due to Kelly's tomatoes. Usually there was a huge crowd, and the courthouse square was filled with people. What had changed this year?
Are you ready for this year's competition to commence?
Horace asked the crowd, and everyone cheered once again. I forced a smile, feeling a sense of pride course through my body, surging at the center of my chest. I had suffered blood, sweat, and tears for this moment. It was my time to shine. Each contestant was to set up a time for Horace to visit their garden and evaluate it. Usually a small crowd of people followed him to the sites. He judged on the following scale: aesthetic appeal, including beauty and effective design, plant health and production, sustainability practices, habitat for beneficial wildlife, social connections to family, neighborhood, or community, and creativity. We were also to provide him with a sheet of statistics and explanations on the plant's growth in our gardens. I certainly took a chance with my daughter plant and its sustainability practices. The plant itself was only sustainable if it were feeding off another plant's growth. My chrysanthemums wouldn't last forever, and I would soon need to find it a new host. But my main goal was hoping the daughter plants would give me an edge. Hopefully Horace would understand that, as I explained in my facts sheet that I would give him later.
Thank you, everyone, for the generous ovation.
Horace said, once the applause had died into a continuous whisper. Eyes roamed through the crowd from me to Patty to Joanne. The scrutiny was palpable. No matter how much I wanted to win this competition, one thing I didn't like was being under the constant attention of people in our community.
Miss Patty Carmichael's garden judging will take place at 1:30 p.m. Miss Joanne's will take place at 2:30, and we'll wrap up the evening with Miss Shelby's garden at 3:30 p.m.
This left me approximately 2.5 hours to prepare and to clean up any last-minute blemishes. My heart thudded faster in my chest. I looked Rick dead in the face, squeezing his hand a little tighter, his green eyes showing a hint of longing and excitement. I knew mine must have looked quite dark, because Rick's excitement didn't last very long. The wrinkle line across his forehead disappeared with his smile. "Let's go," I said, pulling him towards our truck parked a few places down from the crowd. The old, rusty Ford was patiently waiting for us, ready to take us home. I didn't care to see Patty or Joanne's garden. They had nothing on mine. This was my year to win. As Murphy's Law states, if anything can go wrong, it will. That seems to be the case when Rick pulled into our gravel driveway, rocks crunching underneath the truck's tires. From the road I could see my garden, and I could definitely see that my chrysanthemums had started to wilt and brown, signaling the end of life for the flower. The daughter plant had sucked too much life out of it too soon. I climbed out of the truck before Rick even shifted into park and ran over to the daughter. It was firmly grasped onto the chrysanthemum, so there was no way I could pull the dying flower away from its grasp before Horace arrived.
No,
I muttered under my breath, hoping Rick couldn't hear the urgency in my voice. The last thing I needed was him concerned too. I love to support in my endeavors, but sometimes I just needed to figure things out on my own.
Everything okay?
Rick asked, placing his hand gently on my shoulder. I shrugged him off.
Yeah,
I sighed.
it's fine. Just go inside.
I'll be there in a minute.
Instead of putting up a fight, Rick made his way into our house. He knew better than to bother me while I was working, and he definitely knew better than to ask about any last-minute details of my plans. I moved the daughter around, placing strands of it strategically to hide the browning and wilting of the chrysanthemum. When I was finished, no one would ever notice the difference. But the more I moved the plant, the stiffer it got, like it was trying to fight against me. I pulled at a few strands, and they wouldn't budge. I was careful, though, because the daughter's strings were fragile, and any one of them would shed off if I wasn't too careful. As I got closer to covering all the imperfections of the chrysanthemum and moving one last section of the daughter, a sharp pain scattered throughout my hand. I yanked my hand back, wincing, pulling it to my chest. When I looked down, I saw a small pinprick in my thumb, like a needle had punctured my skin, drawing a tiny droplet of blood to the surface. I must have nicked it on one of the strings of the daughter. As I wiped my hand on my jeans, though, the shooting pain traveled from my hand to my forearm, sending sharp bursts of agony through the bones and muscle. I let out a cry of pain, gripping my wrist. What was happening?
It was you, wasn't it?
Something whispered near me, like a snake slithering out of its hiding place. I looked around, my head jerking from left to right. For a second, I thought maybe Rick had come back out to check on me, but he was nowhere to be found, likely still in the house.
You poisoned her fruits.
The voice was light and wispy, yet terrifying, like it was almost in pain. I couldn't tell where it was coming from. It sounded so close, but no one could be seen for miles. The sharp pain in my hand had jolted its way up the length of my arm, stopping at my shoulder. I let out a cry.
Shelby, you did it.
The voice whispered again, and my heart started pounding in my chest.
You poisoned the tomatoes.
I kept looking around me, turning circles amidst my flowers, and could see nothing. I searched frantically, looking down at my daughter plants to see it squirming and moving, sliding between chrysanthemum blooms and dried-up leaves.
Cheater.
The voice started again, and at this point I realized the sound was coming from the daughter plant. It was somehow talking to me.
Cheater.
It said again, and I looked down in agony. I was still gripping my wrist because the pain in my arm had not let up. I couldn't speak. Something was making my tongue swell up like a piece of thick, dried cotton stuffed into my cheek.
You don't deserve this award.
I started crying, tears streaming down my face in full, thick waterfalls. My legs were wobbly, but I managed to move my feet, backing up slowly. Before I could go any further, the daughter plant flung one of its strings towards me, wrapping around my ankle, preventing me from moving any further. "Please," I begged. "What's happening?" The pain traveled to my chest next, making my heart feel like it was going to explode. The terror of the daughter plant and fear of the uncertainty piled into the aching pain in my body was enough to send me over the edge. I fell down to my knees, clutching my hurt arm to my chest.
Cheater.
The daughter whispered again, but this time I couldn't speak. Something inside of me was inhibiting movement. My swollen tongue filled up my mouth.
Cheater.
I was yanked backwards by my ankle. The daughter plant was slithering and squirming in the air. Strands and strings hovered just above my face. I could feel strings wrapping around my body. First my legs, then my torso. My neck was last, and I thought for sure it was trying to suffocate me, but the strings only wrapped around me lightly, just to hold me in place. All around me, chrysanthemum buds and blooms drifted slowly to the ground. Hues of yellows and oranges peeked into my periphery, and for a moment I felt safe, content even. But when the stem of the daughter plant appeared above me, hovering just over my chest, I let out one last garbled wail, just before it plunged straight into the center of my chest.
The cheater is mine now. could feel the stem pulsing inside of me, drinking my blood, feeding on my life force. A squelching noise would sometimes leave the gaping hole in my chest, sending spurts of blood into my face. Somehow, I was still breathing. I laid there, motionless and terrified. I couldn't scream or yell or cry. I was forced to lay there and feel the daughter suck the life out of me bit by bit. The daughter was right, though. I had been the one to poison Kelly's tomatoes. All it took was a little bit of ricin and a few people to get sick enough to be hospitalized. She was disqualified, and I was closer to winning Best Garden of the Year.
Shelby.
I heard Rick scream from the porch steps, and the next minute he was kneeling down next to me. He tried to cut the daughter off of me, using a pair of kitchen shears, but the strings and strands were too thick and too tough to cut through.
What have you gotten yourself into, baby?
I passed out before I could even think of an answer. I woke up in the hospital 3 days later, with an unbearable pain in my chest. I somehow survived the attack from my daughter plant, but not without battle scars. Where the strings and strands had been so tightly wrapped around me, giant red whelps adorned almost every inch of my skin. My entire body was so sore, it was difficult to move. The doctors said I was close to death when the ambulance rushed me to the hospital, and if it wasn't for Rick calling 911, I would be dead. Too bad. So fucking sad, I guess. Because when the police started looking into my daughter plant, they had to dig up my garden and destroy every last inch of my hard work. They pulled apart my hydrangeas and ripped away my cucumbers one by one. It was all gone by the time they were finished, nothing but dirt and leaves. But what they also found buried within the roots and soil was a syringe and a vial of ricin, emulsified into a yellow liquid. Not only did I wake up with a massive hole in my chest, but I also woke up handcuffed to my hospital bed with no one in sight. Only an officer standing guard at my hospital room. As far as I know, Rick hadn't visited me. What was even worse, though, was to discover that my garden had been disqualified from the contest. Horace Hayes had arrived at my house just as they were toting my lifeless body to the hospital. The police had started ripping up my garden by then. I laid my head back on the pillow behind me, letting out an agitated sigh, when I heard a sharp ding. A notification on my cell phone. Someone had made a post on Facebook and tagged me in it. Of all people to tag, why me? Surely word hadn't gotten around already. I opened the app to read the post anyway. The 2022 Best Garden in Boone County was narrowed down to 2 people Friday, when our very own Miss Shelby Lyons was found guilty of tampering with Miss Kelly Smith's tomatoes. That poor, poor girl. Hopefully she can find peace now. The competition between Miss Patty Carmichael and Miss Joanne Derryberry was a close one, but Horace Hayes ultimately made the decision. Our 2022 Best Garden in Boone County belongs to Miss Patty Carmichael for having the prettiest daisies around. Congratulations, Patty. Patty fucking Carmichael. With a surge of anger, I threw my phone across the room and it slammed into the wall, shattering to pieces. Too bad the daughter didn't suck the life out of me when I needed it most. I brought the truck to a stop and surveyed the property. A terraced house in an unsurprisingly poor state of repair. Green moss buried the roof, and damp leaf mold overflowed from the gutters. The flaking exterior brickwork was the same pallid gray as the overcast November sky. Litter speckled the cracked masonry of the front yard. The desolate, dilapidated view echoed the hundreds that had collected in my memory over the course of my time on the job. I would generally only see a building I'd been assigned to in its most degraded, uninhabitable state. Let me smoke a cig before we get started.
Henry, my partner and old friend, said. He wiped the grease of a McDonald's breakfast on his overalls.
This is gonna be a long one.
Drugged in? I asked.
Nah, hoarder. I see you don't bother reading the notes anymore.
Skimming is a type of reading. We got out of the truck. Henry smoked his cigarettes while I checked my phone. My girlfriend, Melinda, had messaged to ask if I could cook a pasta bake that night. I replied that I wasn't sure yet and wasn't sure what time I'd finish work. I'd cleared out a number of dwellings occupied or recently occupied by compulsive hoarders in the past. Surprises were to be expected. I was almost looking forward to seeing what was in there, though my back and elbows were already twinged in anticipation. How's Connor getting on at school? I asked.
Still struggling, Henry said. He's not academic like Carrie is.
That's boys for you?
I don't know. I think it's more than that. He really tries. Not like me in school. I just didn't care. He actually wants to do well. Me and Jill are talking to him to see if there's anything to diagnose him with. And there might be help and support he can get. He's just not really happy as he is, and the school hadn't got the resources to give him extra help for now. It's upsetting.
If he ever needs cheering up, I'll take him for a kick around on the field. Or to the arcade. His old uncle's always here for him. I'm serious. Anytime. It's the closest I'll come to having any myself. Once Henry had flicked the nub of his cigarette away, we entered the house. As soon as we crossed the threshold, the air coagulated into the stale, choking thickness that I associated with places like this. The chaotic fragrances of a lifetime of assorted junk decomposing in the claustrophobic space into which it had been jammed wafted over my nose in waves. The front hallway floor was barely visible beneath leaning stacks of shoes, newspapers, boxes, waterproof coats, lampshades, fishing equipment, and various other nonsense that the former occupant had collected. Damp mottled the sparse patches of wall that were visible. Dust and cobwebs clung almost ubiquitously to the clutter. Henry and I both donned face masks and work gloves as we proceeded into the depths of the house. The place had leptospirosis written all over it. I felt the same poignant ache for this anonymous person as I had for several other similar hoarders whose homes I'd voided. No matter how many hours I spent working in such conditions, I simply couldn't imagine living in them. Whoever had hoarded all of this must have existed almost entirely within the tiny gaps that wound between the precarious slopes of rubbish through which Henry and I always maneuvered as we inspected the house. As we explored the rest of the property, I reached the conclusion that we would not be able to complete the work that day. The living room was dedicated mostly to electronics and ornaments, with a couple of guitars and shelves worth of DVDs thrown in. The kitchen table and work surfaces groaned beneath the weight of takeout packages, and I could all but taste the grease and salt in the air. The upstairs bedroom and bathroom appeared barely usable, submerged as they were under clothes of every style and size imaginable, as well as toys, ornaments, magazines, photo albums, camping gear, and more that we couldn't identify. The back garden was, mercifully, not on our list of things to sort out. An entire skip would be filled just with the gigantic tangle of weeds by which it was inhabited. That would be a problem for a different contractor. I climbed back into the truck and deposited the first skip onto the front yard, as close to the front door as possible. We'll be here again tomorrow, by the looks, I said, as we began carrying items from the front hallway out to the skip. Whoever lived here's passed away, right, Henry?
Well, about that,
Henry said, as he deposited a child's tricycle into the skip.
I heard he disappeared, vanished from the system. I was talking to Robert from the council last night, and he said some fella had been living here since he was a kid, inherited it from his mother. Barely ever left the house and stopped leaving entirely the last few years with online shopping and what have you. Then one day there wasn't enough money in the account that was paying the council tax or whatever. Benefits had been frozen for one reason or another, then payments carried on going out until there was nothing left. Someone got sent round here to serve some papers and got no reply. Eventually someone let themselves in, looked around as best they could, and realized there was no one home. No reply to emails, phone calls, nothing. No hide nor hair of them. Unless he's buried somewhere in all that, of course. I'll eat my own fingers if anyone actually checked properly or for more than 5 minutes.
So, basically, no one would even know how long he was missing for.
Pretty much.
Sounds about right. Not so much as a welfare check for years, by the looks of it.
Chap was a hermit, no order. There weren't any signs to pick up on. No family or colleagues or anything.
I'm glad he wasn't an animal lover on top of that.
For real, a horde of cats would have topped this place right off and made it a Hall of Famer.
We worked for close to 7 hours, with a break halfway through to eat some sandwiches and smoke a cigarette. We used hammers and screwdrivers to disassemble wardrobes, tables, and other furniture. 2 of the skips were piled as high as they safely could be. Henry had found a couple of video games and a plastic harmonica that he planned on giving to his children, and I'd picked up a dusty but unopened bottle of wine that I thought Melinda might appreciate. It was far from the worst place I'd ever emptied, given how little organic waste was in the property. I'd been to places with decomposing animal carcasses on more than one occasion, but this occupant had seemingly lived off takeout and hadn't even had anything in the fridge at the time the electricity was shut off. "That'll do for today," I said.
We taking these to the dump?
Henry asked, gesturing at the 2 full skips. No, we can sort that out tomorrow. First thing. My back's killing me right now. I'd appreciate more heads up on jobs like this.
Rob did specify severe hoarder. Remember when we talked to him on the phone the other day? You were there. You reckon it'd be a 2-dayer minimum.
Well, that's what I pay you for, isn't it? Paying attention to Rob isn't my thing. Driving the truck is my thing. Paperwork and phone calls are all Henry's thing. That's official. I locked the door, then we climbed lethargically back into the truck and drove away through the gathering gloom of the evening. Henry pulled an energy drink out of his bag and drank it as we went home. "Going swimming with the kids again, are you?" I asked.
I'll see if they want to do that,
Henry said.
or play Monopoly or something. I just know I won't be relaxing for a few hours yet.
It's tough all around. I gotta cook a pasta bake as soon as I get back. That's a lot of work.
How do you cope?
The following day was more or less the same, at first. We emptied the 2 full skips at a local waste management facility, then dropped them back in front of the property and resumed work. The hoard slowly depleted. To save skip space, we left an array of metal and electronics in the front yard next to the pavement for a scrap dealer to scavenge up. We'd taken such items to the recycling plant ourselves up until recently. Then the money paid for iron and copper had dipped, and we no longer considered it worth our time and effort. As we combed through items in the bedroom, I started to catch photographic glimpses of what I presumed to be the former occupant of the house. A round-faced, blue-eyed individual with curly hair showed up in the photos during his early childhood, through his teenage years into adulthood. Aside from some wild fluctuations in his body weight, nothing in the photo suggested anything amiss with his life. He stood and smiled with his parents, cousins, grandparents, and classmates. There was no evidence of him ever having a romantic partner, moving out, going to university, or having a job. I checked the back of a childhood photo that showed the boy seated in front of an elaborate birthday cake in the instant before he attempted to blow out the candle. Terrence's 6th birthday was written in biro on the bottom left corner. I reluctantly threw it into the skip with the rest. Finally, the house had been emptied. The walls were bare and the floor uncovered. The lives that had transpired between those walls had been exorcised, and the space transformed into a cold, austere set of rooms. Paint peeled from the mold-ridden walls, and the discolored carpets were frayed to within an inch of their life in spots. The place would need to be thoroughly cleansed and extensively renovated before anyone else could live in it. I was checking my phone in the kitchen when Henry called me from the garden. I went out to find him surveying a large white chest freezer that lay on its side amongst the thicket. It looked like the one Melinda and I kept in our utility room and used to store about a year's worth of meat, ready meals, and ice cream.
We'll need to get this out, Henry said, tapping the lid with his foot. I'll just test it. It weighs an absolute ton.
Let's see if we can empty it, I said. Hopefully there's nothing biohazardous inside it. I won't get my hopes up.
We need to flip it over. I can't open it like this.
Okay, then as soon as this is in the skip, we can knock it on the head. We both crunched with our shoulders braced against the freezer and pushed. It rolled over silently, forcing the amassed greenery out of the way and exposing a patch of bare soil. Ready for one last surprise from old Terry? I said, putting my gloves back on. This was the moment upon which everything pivoted. As I replayed my actions through recollection, I can't help but unleash a futile, internal scream. I would give anything, endure anything, to be able to reach out and halt myself as I moved to open that freezer. I brushed woodlice and snails from the edges of the freezer lid, then lifted it open. The thing inside the freezer defied explanation. It took several long moments of staring to decide whether it could more accurately be called a thing or stuff. At first glance, it appeared to be one giant mass of purple, white, and blue fungoid matter that strained to grow out of the freezer and into the outside world. The round bulbs, thin stalks, and papery frills into which the fungal flesh had shaped itself oozed a black, viscous fluid and emitted a smell that was so unique in its foulness that my stomach convulsed as soon as it touched my nostrils.
Holy God,
Henry breathed. The thing in the freezer reached out at us, revealing that it had arms with which to reach, and that it was indeed a thing at all. Something that resembled a head and bore the lingering vestiges of what might once have been a face rose to follow the arms. An orifice bloomed open in the misshapen facial flesh and revealed a black tongue that sprouted dozens of small, dark globules. The thing let out a long, low moan that conveyed nothing to me except unimaginable pain.
What is it?
Henry whimpered.
What do we do?
I didn't answer. I was mesmerized by the thing. I stared dumbfounded at it, even as the arms flailed ever closer to me as it fought to climb out of the freezer. Then one of the hands clamped onto my left forearm. I shrieked in terror and struck wildly at the face with my free hand. The fingers felt cold and disgustingly soft.
Get it off!
I screamed. Henry kicked the thing hard, over and over again, but it stayed fastened to me. He gripped the lid and slammed it down with all his strength, several times. The thing was soft and yielding, like rotten fruit. Wherever we struck it, the multicolored flesh flattened with a disgusting squelch, and the black liquid spurted out in snot-like bursts. Henry picked up a rock by his feet and slammed it into the face. The head collapsed in on itself beneath the blow, and the thing momentarily slipped back into the freezer and relaxed its grip on me. We both pulled the lid down and flung our body weight on top of it. One arm was caught in the lid. The mushy flesh parted, and the hand dropped to the floor limply. It lay there, twitching and wriggling.
Keep it shut,
I said. Henry stayed leaning on the freezer while I ran through the house to the front yard. I grabbed a TV and carried it back through and dropped it on the top of the freezer. I did this twice more until I was sure there was enough weight in place to keep the lid shut and the thing confined. I got a bin liner and carefully wrapped up the severed hand. We stood there, panting and soaked in sweat, our minds scoured empty by the strain of shock that comes only from encountering an unprecedented degradation in the order of nature. My arm was smeared with the dark fluid. It felt cold, and my skin tingled painfully beneath it. I pulled myself out of the shocked stupor that had settled over me and ran to the kitchen sink. I ran water over my arm until the fluid was gone. I then found a sparse selection of cleaning things in the cupboard beneath the sink. I took a bottle of bleach and emptied it over the skin, then returned to the garden.
What are we supposed to do now?
Henry asked.
I want to burn it, I said. Shouldn't we call someone?
Whose job would that be?
Health and safety executives, maybe. Surely we could just call the council. They'll sort it out.
No,
I want to burn this thing. It's wrong and it's evil. May, I think it was a person. They must have had some sort of infection. I'm not thinking about that. It's dangerous, whatever it is. I held up my left arm. Bruises smudged my skin where the fingers had gripped it. I'm going to burn it. If you don't want to help, then I won't force you to. I know something that shouldn't exist when I see it. Henry pondered for a moment, then sighed. How are we doing this? He said. I gestured at the foliage that surrounded the freezer. Let's cut this back. We carried a pair of shears and an electrical saw in the trunk, amongst other tools. We used these to partially clear a circle of ground around the freezer to prevent flames from spreading. We then piled the garden waste on top of the freezer and the televisions that weighed down the lid. Henry stayed to guard it and add some wood and cardboard to the pyre while I drove to a petrol station and filled up a large water bottle with petrol. Once back, I poured it over everything. The tang of petrol filled the air. The freezer remained silent, as if the occupant had returned to a state of dormancy once it had been sealed away again. Henry passed me his lighter, wordlessly deferring the final decision to me. That was fair enough, since I'd insisted so vehemently on this course of action. I flicked the lighter on and touched a stem of grass kindling. Fire blossomed amongst the stacked debris like wind-lashed flowers the color of sunset. In a matter of seconds, it had encapsulated the entire pile. The bin bag that contained the hand was writhing and twitching on the ground. I picked it up and threw it into the blaze. Then Henry and I stood and watched dumbly as waves of heat radiated over us, our ears filled with a chorus of roars and crackles. I was standing close enough that it felt painful on the skin of my face, but I failed to muster the initiative to move. I felt disconnected from my body and drained of all energy and motivation to do anything besides watch the flames. After a couple of hours, the fire began to die down. We shook off the lethargy that had gripped us and fed the fire with wooden panels and cardboard for another hour. The sky dimmed in tandem with the flames. The fire shrunk to a few glowing embers, then nothing. And all that remained was the blackened, melted husk of the chest freeze. The hideous, fungal being had been incinerated to the point of melding with its prison. Henry and I locked up the house and got back into the truck. Let's take tomorrow off, I said. Okay, Henry said. I drove off. The skips, which still needed emptying, were forgotten. The reek of the burned plastic and metal clogged our nostrils. Henry's face was pallid, his eyes downcast. I drove him back to his home in silence.
Nice of you to drop by,
Melinda said as I entered the house.
Your phone stopped working or something?
No. Sorry, I mumbled. I just got carried away at work.
What's the matter?
Melinda could always tell if I hadn't had a good day. Nothing. Just saw some bad stuff today. That had happened before. I didn't feel the need to go into detail, nor did Melinda insist on it. How was your work? I asked.
Same old, different day. I had a client hit me in the face by accident while they were having a seizure. Can you tell? Near my left eyebrow.
No, you look fine.
I called you about 20 times. I was hoping you'd pick up some milk on the way home.
Sorry, have you eaten?
No, I was waiting on you. I'm starving.
Want to order takeout?
Yes. But can you get in the shower now? You absolutely stink. I love you, but you're disgusting at the moment.
Okay.
Shall I get you an aspirin and a drink for when you get out? You look like you do when you've got one of your migraines coming on.
Yes, please.
Shall I order you the usual form of Chinese?
Sure. I couldn't stomach much food. I pushed it around my plate and nibbled it occasionally while Melinda talked about her day, about what her friends had been up to, about how we might be able to afford a holiday this year.
I nodded and murmured as when required. Hearing her talk about going on holiday nudged me back towards reality and worldly concerns. Images of the fungal creature had been imposing themselves on my thoughts, along with the occasional flash of the young, happy face from the photograph of Terrence's 6th birthday. Now my mind was pulled, like metal to a magnet, to thoughts and worries about money. It occurred to me that for the sake of my reputation as a punctual, conscientious contractor, I couldn't afford to cancel the work that was lined up for the following day. That being the case, I really needed to empty the 2 full skips that we'd left in front of the house. I would have to pick them up and get them emptied first thing in the morning. A day off was an absurd idea. I'd talk to Henry in the morning. If he didn't feel up for work, then I'd go it alone. All the while, I could only hope and pray that no one reported the fire, illegal as it had no doubt been. We'd been lucky not to have the police and fire brigade calling on us while it had been in progress. These were the thoughts tumbling over each other in my head while Melinda and I went to bed. She set her alarms for 5 a.m. as she had an early shift and dropped off to sleep almost instantly. I lay awake, cradling my bruised forearm. It had started to throb with pain. The skin felt hot to the touch. I phased in and out of consciousness, shivering and sweating intermittently. I tumbled like a wind-borne flake of ash into an endless, pulsating murk. The meaning of time disintegrated, leaving me stranded upon a sea of interminable black, a torturous limbo between wakefulness and true oblivion. Melinda was gone when I woke up. Sunlight crept in from behind the curtains. Something felt wrong as soon as I was awake enough to feel anything. I cast the sweat-drenched covers off me, then screamed in terror and disgust. I frantically tugged open the bedroom curtains and looked at what had become of my left arm. Below the elbow, my limb had swollen to almost twice its normal size and wrapped itself into a shape only vaguely recognizable. The bloated fingers were almost impossible to distinguish. Lumps and tendrils had erupted from the skin. The whole thing was a swirling blend of blues, greens, and purples dotted with white. It felt like a dead weight pulling down on my shoulder, a cold, porous lump of alien material. I hyperventilated, then vomited onto my feet, then hyperventilated some more. After that, there was no hesitation. I had to amputate my arm, then cauterize it. No other idea presented itself to me. I'd concluded without a second of consideration that this was not a problem to bring to a normal hospital, nor one that could safely wait for the time it would take to reach one. I staggered out to the garden shed and fished out my electric hedge trimmer. Then, I turned on the hob in the kitchen to its maximum temperature and placed a saucepan on top of it. I plugged the hedge trimmer into an extension cord so that I could use it in the bathroom. I knelt with my elbow resting on the edge of the bath and switched on the trimmer. My heart spasmed at the harsh whine it emitted. Without allowing myself any time to lose courage, I brought the withering blades down on my elbow joint, just above where the infection appeared to have advanced. My shriek drowned out the sound of the trimmer immediately. Blood exploded out over the bathroom in a crimson mist. My right hand began to tremble, then betrayed me entirely and allowed the trimmer to drop into the bath. I collapsed onto the bathroom floor. The infected portion of my left arm hung by a few strands of discolored fiber. I struggled back to my feet and wielded the trimmer once again, severing my left forearm entirely. The sudden, blissful swell of relief and subsequent crushing weakness almost caused me to allow myself to die of exsanguination. My entire body was soaked in blood, and more continued to pump out of the mangled remains of my left elbow joint. Weak and lightheaded, I shambled into the kitchen and used the last of my strength and willpower to press the bleeding stump onto the heated saucepan. The blistering agony that resulted was enough to pull me for the briefest of moments out of the trance-like near-death languor I had entered. Again, I screamed, this time accompanied by the crackle and hiss of my veins and arteries being sealed shut by the heated metal. Blood bubbled on the surface of the pane, and the odor of burned skin overtook the coppery tang of blood.
I held up the stump to inspect the results. My eyes drooped, my vision blurred, and I swayed on my feet. As far as I could tell, blood no longer gushed from it, which seemed enough to suggest that I had a chance of surviving. This was the best that I could do for myself at the time. I passed out the very next instant. I heard it as soon as I regained consciousness. A scratching, scrambling sound from the bathroom. It may have been what woke me up. In my delirium, I tried to use my severed arm to push myself back to my feet. I cried out in pain and sprawled onto the floor once again. I clambered gingerly and awkwardly to my feet and equipped myself with the largest knife I could find. I was too weak to grip the handle without trembling. I doubted I could have wielded it to any great effect, but I crept towards the bathroom anyway, retracing the trail of blood that I'd left on the floor. My severed limb moved in the bathtub. It had sprouted several spindly black stalks that flapped and clawed like the legs of a stranded spider. The display was so grotesque that I couldn't help but stand and observe in sick fascination. For several minutes, the thing flopped around ineffectually in the bathtub. Then, it gained purchase on the side of the bath and managed to scuttle out onto the blood-soaked floor. Another stalk extended from the part of the central body that had once been my hand. A dripping wet sphere of pale, veined matter hung on the end of it. It wasn't until it swooped around and fixed on me that it resembled an eye. In a sudden rush of panic, I pulled the hedge trimmer out of the way from where it had lain discarded and slammed the door shut. I slumped against the wall beside the door and slid to the floor. The occupant of the bathroom was thrashing against the door, seemingly intent on escaping. I tried to decide what to do next, but my mind had gone as weak as my body. Call the police. Maybe. Or maybe that would be a disaster. What would police do when confronted with whatever this was? Infect themselves and make the problem worse. I had no intent to be responsible for that. Fire seemed to have destroyed it at Terrence's house. I would use fire again here as soon as I had sufficiently planned such an operation. I managed to stand up again, my stump radiating pain. It seemed to throb with every beat of my heart. I got some painkillers and took them with water, then wrapped a tea towel around the stump. As I sat in the kitchen, my head in my hand, trying to organize my thoughts, my phone rang in the bedroom. It was Melinda. "Hello?" I said. "What's up?"
Just checking on you.
Melinda said.
You seemed under the weather last night. Do you need any medicine or anything?
No, I don't think so.
Is everything else okay? If it's not, then we can talk whenever you need. You know that, right?
Of course. Listen, something's happened.
What is it?
I don't know. I got infected with something, I think. It happened at work. We found something in this guy's house. It was something wrong. I don't know what it was. It used to be a person, probably. Maybe. I don't know. I had to cut my arm off.
What? What are you talking about? Have you been drinking again? You promised me you were going to stay off of it for good. You know what happens when you drink.
No. I've really cut my arm off.
You're not making any sense. I'm coming home. I really wish you hadn't done this.
She hung up before I could object. Shortly, the front door banged open. Melinda strode in, still wearing her work uniform. She looked angry and impassioned for the couple of seconds it took her to reach the kitchen and see what I'd done to myself. Then her face drained of color, and she screamed.
"Oh, God, we've got to call an ambulance," she cried. "What's the matter with you? What have you done?"
I told you, it was an infection.
"What is that noise? Is there someone else here?"
She moved towards the hallway where the bathroom was. "No, don't touch it. Stay out," I shouted, leaping up from my chair. She stood and looked at me in helpless confusion and worry. That's how I remember her now. It was a look she'd worn before.
directed, as now, towards me. In the hallway, the bathroom door opened with a crack, followed by a bang. The thing must have thrashed against the door handle long enough and hard enough to break it. Melinda stood directly in its path. She never stood a chance. It now moved like blackened lightning, tearing through the house on its segmented, filament-like legs. Melinda had barely turned towards the noise when it was upon her. A short, strangled scream of surprise was all she had time for. It scrambled up her body and wrapped its legs around her head and torso. She tumbled to the floor, her legs and arms flailing. The thing's legs, suddenly flowing and jointless, wrapped around her neck and arms like snakes and contracted until a series of sharp snaps signaled the breaking of Melinda's elbow joints and neck. Then, 4 more of the limbs inserted themselves into her ears, nose, and mouth, sliding in impossibly far. Blood flowed in rivulets from each of the orifices to mingle with the profusely leaking black liquid, and her eyes rolled upwards until they were pure white. The thing's body pressed against the back of her head and shoulders and began to fuse with her. Despite her broken spine, her body arched, and she emitted a hoarse, gurgling groan. I have no recollection of what I did as I watched this happen. Probably just stared, mute and useless. It was all too fast to interfere with. I don't think I reacted at all until a distorted, misshapen version of Melinda stood up and started to advance towards me. It moved slowly and uncertainly, as if getting used to the unfamiliar bipedal form. It brandished the 2 broken arms at me like a giant deformed mantis. The eye on the end of its stalk orbited Melinda's head, its gaze fixed on me. I turned and fled out of the house. I ran blindly for a while. I wore only the pajama trousers in which I'd gone to bed, and copious dried blood from the amputation. I passed by several people. No one attempted to stop me or to talk. I probably looked too deranged to help. I wouldn't have helped me either. I made my way without conscious decision to Henry's house. There was no answer at the door. I went to the window already knowing what I would see. The whole family was gathered in the living room. Henry, his wife, Jill, and their 2 young children, Connor and Carrie. I could only just make out their individual bodies and faces from the huge, shifting mass of amorphous, fungoid matter into which they had been enveloped. It writhed and pulsed before me. The ceiling light was still on to illuminate the entire vile scene. I could even make out a family photo that hung on the wall directly behind the hideous expulsion of mingled human and inhuman cells that the family had become. A formerly humanoid hand reached out towards the window, heralding movements of the greater mass in pursuit of another host. I fled once again. A few minutes ago, my suspicion was confirmed. I checked my phone's camera. A small patch of dark purple had sprung up near the corner of my left eye, and another one next to my nose. I can feel some more on the back of my neck. I've made a record of what happened. I don't feel I owe anyone anything anymore. I certainly won't be around to find out who, if anyone, gets a hold of this record. I'm back at Torrance's house now. I've brought plenty of flammable stuff in from the skips and piled it up in the top bedroom. Fire is the only reliable way out.
So I began therapy about 3 months ago, because, like most of you, I have a lot going on. While things were going okay, I really wasn't feeling like we were making any progress. until my therapist prescribed me a journal. I started writing down my thoughts and feelings throughout the day, trying to create some sort of roadmap out of depression, I guess. On top of that, she asked me if there were any creative outlets I enjoyed where I could express myself, express things I haven't spoken about yet. I said writing. I was always interested in reading novels and writing things when I was younger. Maybe I felt like I had stuff I wanted to escape from, or maybe I just sucked at sports. Regardless, at some point I stopped writing. I stopped for a long time. So, to make up for lost time, I felt like it was the perfect opportunity to write about something that changed my life when I was 14 years old. I'm sharing this after my therapist read it. She said it was an interesting fictionalization of the events that occurred to me, and how a falling out with my parents can seem otherworldly through the lens of childhood innocence, or something like that. It sort of pissed me off when she said that. Maybe because I was worried she was right, and that's why I never told anyone what happened. Worried they'd discredit me, invalidate me, laugh it off and say I was just a kid grasping at straws to cope. But they're wrong. I know what happened, and I know that it was real. After reading this, I hope some of you think so too. My name is Andrew. It was 2004, and I was freshly 14 as of July. I remember it all starting on a Friday near the end of August. I came home from a friend's house in the early afternoon, and the TV was on. The Greece Summer Olympics were playing, but nobody was around to watch it. For a moment, I thought it may have been my older brother, Sam. Another second, and I remembered that he had moved to the other side of Willamette the day after my birthday. That's Portland, for anyone who's wondering. A really thoughtful gift, I'd say. That meant it had to be my dad that left the TV on. My mom had been out of the picture for a couple of years at that point. She moved to Maine, and we'd sent letters back and forth. I guessed she was trying to cut herself off from technology, since I never heard from her over the phone, but maybe she was just trying to cut herself off from our family. Either way, it was just me and my dad left in our modest house in the woods. We lived about a 40-minute bike ride from the main road in town, out near the river park. I never had much reason to go into town aside from school, shopping with my dad, and visiting my one friend who lived behind the movie theater. My dad, Harry, was an ecological surveyor. I never really asked what that meant, but I know he spent a lot of time out in the woods or in his office when he wasn't away at conferences. Yet he always managed to find time to go hiking or foraging in spite of this, and never asked me to come along either. In fact, that's probably where he was, instead of watching the Olympics. I rarely knew where he was or what he was doing. The only time we spent time together was in the morning at breakfast. I always ate dinner alone. After a week of near silence and passing remarks with my dad, I decided to make an attempt at actual conversation. While washing the dishes after breakfast, I asked my dad what he's been working on lately, since he seemed busier than usual. It's odd. It felt like I could hear his ears perk up before he even spoke. Actually, I've been meaning to show you what I've been working on. It's really exciting stuff, buddy. That got my attention. I set down the wet pot in the dish rack before walking towards the table and glancing over his shoulder. He had some mushrooms spread out on some sterile-looking fabric and a large, opened encyclopedia off the side. I think I've discovered a new type of fungi. There doesn't seem to be any matching descriptions here. His finger waved across the pages of illustrations and text. See, I thought it could be this here. Polycoria amethystina, the amethyst deceiver. But you can tell by the shape and color, it's just too sharp and red. Its gills are too pocketed to be the Hortibolitus rubellus, and even though it's shiny like a Jubilee wax cap, the stalk is just all wrong. He kept talking about the different varieties of shrooms, and I noticed the apple-sized specimen lying out on the table. I gently grasped its head and lay it out on my hand.
Its cap was a gradient of deep violet and cobalt blue. The trim around the edges was gaunt, like it was made of sharp bone. The deep magenta gills underneath converged in a white stalk that deepened in color towards the bottom. I thought it was black at first, but turning it in my palm under the light revealed a deep burgundy, almost like aged blood. You know, mushrooms are connected to each other via a network of something called mycelium. It's usually underground, so we can't see it, yet it can sometimes expand across an entire forest, or even further. It's said that it acts almost like a nervous system. It's almost like the mushrooms have a psychic connection with one another. My dad stopped rambling for a moment, turning to notice the mushroom in my hand. His eyes widened. "You shouldn't touch that," he yelped as he immediately snatched it, pinching me in the process. He turned away from me, coddling the fungus before prodding it, examining it for any damages. I still don't know that much about it, Andy. You have to be more careful." He scolded me without looking back in my direction. I didn't respond as I rubbed out the red marks on my hand. He spoke again, more fatherly now, as he put down his glasses and the mushroom, finally looking me in the eyes. "I'm sorry, buddy. This is really important, and it could be dangerous. I've been trying to handle it with gloves or cloth when possible. A fungi can sometimes be covered, and—" "It's fine, Dad. It didn't hurt that much," I muttered. The mark of his fingernails were gone at that point. "Okay," he said, unmoved. "Well, then, I think I might just spend the rest of the evening in my office. Lots of work to do." He gathered everything up in the bundle of cloth, as if he were running away from home, and then shut himself in his office. It was rare for him to close that dark oak door, except when he and Mom would fight, or when he'd have a drink, or 5. The rest of the night went by quietly. I tucked myself away in my room, reading and listening to music like usual. It had been a couple of hours since the sun went down, and the air from my open window just started to cool down. The sweet smell of late summer carried in on the breeze. My attention was drawn to my bedroom door at the sound of a knocking. It creaked open, and the first thing I saw were the thick-rimmed glasses my dad wore whenever he was trying to be productive. He hesitated for a moment before speaking, as if he were unsure of how much he'd regret his next sentence. I pulled down my headphones to be polite. "Would you—" He gulped one more time. "Would you want to come foraging with me tomorrow? I know we haven't gone together since— well, it's been a while." It always bugged me how afraid he was to mention Mom in any capacity, even after 2 years. As if she was listening to what he'd say, or that I'd burst into tears at the mere mention of her. He vowed to stop drinking the day before she left, and he's kept to it. I guess he just feels guilty about it all, but maybe he shouldn't. Yeah, that sounds good, Dad. Do I have to be up early?" I was actually eager to hear what he'd say. He was finally making an attempt. Yes, but I'll make sure that you're up. No worries there. I'll see you bright and early then." "Yeah, sure thing, Dad." He quietly pulled the door back into place. A small grin appeared at the corner of his mouth. I remember the exchange so vividly. It was the first time in years that I went to bed excited for the next day. I slept like a baby. The next morning, I was awake before my dad sounded his 3 raps on my door. We sat down for a quick breakfast as he told me where we'd be going. It wasn't actually that far, maybe about a 30-minute walk into the river park that sprawled near our house. I was still pretty excited. I remember it being really hot, the hottest day of August by far, almost like it was summer's last hurrah before fall quietly took its place. I was sweating within a few minutes of our hike into the woods. My dad walked in front of me, pretty quiet the whole time. He kept looking around and glancing over his shoulder as if he were worried about becoming some toothy thing's lunch. Just as I started imagining what kind of rabid animal would most likely devour us, my dad's steps shortens, and he came to a complete standstill. He waited for a moment and carefully scanned around one more time, then directed his gaze at me and paused. He was considering something. "Say, how about I show you where I found that mushroom? You can't tell anyone where it is, since I don't want to disrupt the biome." I said yes without much thought, as we splintered off from the worn path. It wasn't until then that I started to realize how important this discovery could be to my dad. Maybe his paranoia was somewhat justified. We ended up walking longer than my dad's initial estimate of 30 minutes, but it might have been because he hadn't decided whether he'd show me his discovery or not. The sun was beating down hard, and the insects seemed to love the heat. They were practically screeching in ecstasy. "Hey, Dad, are we almost there?" I was practically panting. "Almost." "How'd you even find this place? It work?" He didn't answer right away. "Yeah, you could say that." He was being odd, but I didn't want to mess up our first outing in years. So we continued walking in the blistering heat in silence. I spent the rest of the time daydreaming about having an ice-cold soda with lunch once we got back. Thankfully, the green canopy above shielded us from most of the harsh rays the deeper we got. I watched the patterns of light, broken up on the ground, as I followed my dad's heels. The roots became more and more exposed as we went. It took most of my attention to not trip over them, as we seemed to tiptoe on the dirt packed between them. Why'd you—" I snapped, as I bumped into my dad's solid back. He'd stopped again. It took a few seconds, but my nose was soon filled with something I'd never quite smelled before. It was thick and sticky, hot and a little bit sweet, almost like the smell of rotting flowers. I peeked around my dad's khaki-clad body and became curious. The canopy was thicker here, barely allowing any light to break through and reach the forest floor. A small grove covered in thick moss lay before us, light skittering across the surface with each gust of wind. Yet the thing I noticed first was what sat in the middle. Several small bulbs, nearly identical to the one I held in my palm the night before. My dad still hadn't moved, but the scene drew me in. I carefully encroached into the nest of flora, inhaling more of the powerful aroma. It became more sickly and rancid the closer I got. A couple more feet, I had instinctively grasped my nose and squeezed, plugging it shut. Nestled in the moss was a dead body. It looked like a doe, but some of her skin and fur seemingly had melted off in her journey to the other side. The decay was most evident in her face. Her gums had rotted away, revealing far too many teeth for an herbivore. Her eyes had dried out and were covered in flies. Dried blood dripped from several points on her belly, dark and cracked, like a river that had run dry years ago. If I had to guess now, the blood was the result of a hunter's buckshot. Back then, it looked as though some giant bird had sunk its talons into the poor animal's gut several times over. To my amazement, I could even count each point of entry. I could count them because in each spot, encrusted in deep, dark blood, had a very clear marker protruding from it. A mushroom. My dad finally approached from behind me, piping up like a teacher at school. Mushrooms, they normally feed on organic life and decaying material. Much like certain insects or scavenging animals, they're drawn to things that are decomposing. My dad kept rubbing the sweat off his face, hovering his fingers over his lips as if he were attempting to block the stench from entering his nose and mouth. Though this kind of growth is very unusual for a fungus. They don't normally grow on, well, bodies. His awkward explanation didn't ease the growing nausea I felt in my stomach as he nonchalantly stepped near the cadaver and slipped his finger into the rotting, gory wound, sliding out the intact fungi and rolling it out across his palm. My excitement from earlier, much like my appetite for lunch, began to fade the more engrossed my father became in that putrid plant. One after another, I watched his glistening red fingers slip inside of the poor animal. He treated them with such care, lying them out on a white rag he'd just pulled out. The smell was overwhelming, so I kept my distance. But among the chirping of bugs, I could hear my dad muttering to himself. It almost sounded like baby talk, as if he was speaking to a dog or a newborn. As I walked around the perimeter, I kept catching my foot in the moss. Some of it would lift up with ease, and so I sort of kicked it around, eventually revealing the soft soil underneath. "Hey, Andrew!" I stopped in my tracks to look at my dad. He was staring daggers at me. "I didn't bring you here to mess around. You're interfering with the ecosystem. Now stop that." My dad had never yelled at me like that before. Or, at least, not in a long time. He was really angry with me. But I didn't really have time to react to his outburst. I was too stunned by what I saw when he was looking at me. His face dripped with sweat, from his forehead to his brow, shiny and wet above his lips. I had to blink a few times, hoping I was just hallucinating due to the heat. But it was still there. Mixed in with the sweat was blood. It was smeared around his mouth and nose, with a few spots on his forehead. I couldn't believe he was so careless, so much so I thought it might have been intentional. The thought made me heave a little. I was surprised I didn't vomit right then. I wasn't daydreaming about lunch anymore. In fact, I didn't eat again that day. When he seemed to be done gathering the mushrooms, he sauntered over to me. He wiped the blood off his face with a different rag, though I think he was most likely trying to remove the buildup of sweat. Should we bury her, Dad?" I asked, cautiously, fearful of another intense reaction. It felt wrong to leave something dead out in the open. I've had to bury a couple pets in the past. I know this wasn't the same, but it sure felt close enough. "No," he exclaimed, wide-eyed, as though I just said something crazy. No, it will be best to leave her here." "But isn't that wrong? I know she's just a deer, but I don't know. Isn't it like a respect thing?" He put his hands on his hips and looked down for a moment, before gazing up at the sun between the trees. "Andrew, you're not wrong. If it..." He sighed, and he raised his shoulders in a shrug. "If it were your mom or grandma, I'd bury her. Trust me. But it's a deer. And right now, it's the only spot where this new species seems to be growing. I don't want to adjust anything. We still don't know every environmental factor that comes into play." He was squinting up at the trees still, then looked down at me. I didn't know what to say, so I just nodded. "Okay. Well, let's head home then. I'm drenched." We didn't speak the rest of the way home. I still had no idea what to say. Something about the whole day felt so wrong to me. I don't know how to describe it other than inhuman. I wish I could say that this was the end of it, but it was only going to get so much worse. It had been a week since our trip into the woods before my dad said much of anything to me. I think it's become pretty clear I had no interest in his work anymore, and that was all he had time for. He became consumed by his research, couldn't be bothered to cook a meal anymore. The only thing he had time for was tea. He'd brew 4 to 5 mugs of it in a day, and I'd stave off hunger with whatever canned soup I could find in our pantry. As I was trying to put together dinner one night, the door to my dad's study swung open. His eyes were wide, and they locked on to me. Then he sheepishly looked away, walked past me, and muttered something about taking a walk. He moved into the hallway, and I heard the front door shut behind him. I hadn't seen him all day, and the best he could muster was word salad. I glanced at the deep oak barrier that had been separating us all week, yet something was different about it now. The office door was open. I found myself staring at the large gap. The room was finally vacant, and I had a chance to see what sort of research had been conducted. I worried a little about what he'd do if he'd caught me. However, I needed to see what was more important than feeding his own son. The room looked relatively normal, just as I remembered it, albeit a bit messier than before. The only glaring difference being the horrible number of corpse shrooms that littered his desk. Some were separated, cut into cross-sections and seemingly put on display in various apparatuses. Others were sliced thin, laying in clear solutions or between panes of glass next to his microscope. I picked up an intact mushroom and examined it more closely than last time, turning it around in my hand and gently manipulating its components and folds. The edge of it was interesting, extremely durable, yet plastic, like cartilage. It could bend and twist before snapping back into shape. Its flesh was soft and would spring back like a well-baked cake. Pressing down a bit harder would create interesting effect. My thumb would leave behind a lighter blue mark, and after some time the color would deepen back to its original state. Almost like when you press down on your fingernail. A sharp sting shot through my finger as I grazed the slip between the gills. A singular drop of blood, as if from a pinprick, sat on the tip of my finger and swelled into a red balloon. I examined the underside of the mushroom more carefully, bringing it close to my eye. Hooks, or teeth of some sort, sporadically lined the inside of the gills, all pointing in the same inward direction, as if the cap could close itself towards the stalk, trapping some kind of prey and pulling it in deeper. I heard a thump. Before I knew it, the mushroom was on the floor. I dropped it. More accurately, I think I might have tossed it. I swore that as it rested in my palm, it throbbed, almost like I was holding a beating heart. The shock of it made me flinch. Son. I froze. I didn't hear him come in. You should be more careful, he said, without any strong emotion. I told you not to touch that with your bare hands. I turned around, not sure if I should be embarrassed or terrified. Dad, I didn't mean to drop it. It just, I don't know. It moved in my hand or something, like it was alive. He stared at me, blinking a few times, though it didn't really look like he was trying to process what I just said. I found that the mushroom cap is coated in some sort of mild neurotoxin. He walked across the room to grab a rag. It's something in the natural oils. It could make your hand feel strange, I suppose. He bent over, draping the rag over the mushroom before picking it up. I'm sorry for not warning you, but the good news is they're harmless if you rinse the stuff off. I rubbed my index finger to my thumb to see if I could feel it, but all I could focus on was the blood I was smearing around. My dad continued to look at me blankly, not breaking eye contact as he drank more of his tea. I tried some, actually, he admitted, a bit of hesitation. It turns out the cap brews a decent mushroom tea. After you wash off the oils, of course. Completely harmless. No symptoms of psilocybin. Nutty aftertaste. I expected him to smirk at his own joke like he used to, but he didn't. He was so deadpan, I'm not even sure that he was joking at all. I could feel my hand tremble. The finger had gone numb. I placed my bloodied hand in my other palm, trying to massage the feeling back into my finger. As I did, blood kept blooming from the fingertip, and I could smell iron wafting up. As I looked back up, I was almost shocked to see that my dad was reactionless. He didn't even ask what happened to my finger. Instead, just looking at me with an intense stare. It dawned on me as I stared back at my dad's face. I had nobody I could talk to about this. I'd just be worried they'd think I'm crazy, or worse, if my dad found out I told someone about the mushrooms, I wasn't sure what he'd do. What he would be willing to do. The intrusive, lonely thoughts wouldn't stop coming. I felt my face twisting up in distress. My dad must have noticed, and he did something stranger than anything else in the past few weeks. More than the crazy mushroom or his distant behavior. He slowly approached and tried to comfort me. Hey there, buddy. You don't have to be upset. I'm not mad at you. I looked up at him and saw some remnants of my father from when I was younger. Someone who didn't drink and actually seems to give a damn. How about I make us some dinner? Sound good? I nodded. It did actually sound good. I was getting sick of canned soup. Things seemed slightly better for the next couple weeks. My mom finally returned my last letter. It had taken longer than normal, but I figured she was just busy. I was just happy to finally hear back. I was also surprised at how much it smelled like her. Her perfume soaked into the stationery. I remember the day I told my dad how much I missed her, how he provided me with the address to her house I'd never visited. The stamp on the corner was neatly placed. It must have been pretty new since I hadn't seen it before. A reddish-orange sunset was blocked out by blue coniferous trees. In front, an ocean wave smashing against a rock. Sweetheart, I'm sorry you've been feeling so alone lately. I'm sending you a big hug. Maybe you should try calling Sam again. I know you were never the best of friends, but I remember you two spending all of your time together. Even if it was arguing, how you'd fight about which songs to play during our long drives to visit Grandma down south, whether reading a novel was better than playing basketball. You two definitely kept things interesting for your dad and I. I'm also sorry that it took so long to write you back. I've been so busy with work these days. I barely find time to eat or do my laundry. It's good to know that your father has kept himself busy with his work too, but it sounds like it's been hard on you. Try to understand that whatever it is, it must be important. Keep doing your best, honey. Love, always. Mom. That's an understatement. My dad was unhealthily obsessed with his work, but he was at least making it to dinner more often. Apparently, he read that chili was really easy to make in bulk, so we could just reheat it and eat together. So we did. Every night. I swear, by the 5th day I was already getting sick of it. After the 12th, I didn't think I could ever eat chili again. It's just chunks of meat and who knows what else in the bowl. But my dad was trying, at least, so I did my best to choke it down night after night. Eventually, it was just too much. I think it even started giving me headaches. Hey, Dad? I broke the silence as I stirred the red, mysterious meat around. Yes, Andy. Do you think we could, I don't know, eat something else for a change? You don't like chili? Well, the chili's good. I mean, was good the first few times, but I guess I'm kind of getting sick of it. He stopped eating in the middle of a bite. The spoon hovered in front of his mouth for a moment, before slowly lowering back into his bowl. I didn't realize I raised 2 ungrateful sons. Dad? What? I finally put effort into making dinner for you, and you act like it's nothing? And you think it was easy? Saving up for Sam's tuition for years, just for him to drop out 2 days in? All to live with some slut in Portland and work at a video store? Makes me sick. Sam said he just wanted to take a gap year. I don't think... Don't get me started on that again. He's just a lazy, ungrateful loser. He shook his head. Makes me cringe to think you could turn out like him. Must have spent too much time with your mother. He still wasn't looking at me. What? Dad, stop, okay? You're just stressed. You've been working too much lately. I paused before deciding if what I was about to accuse him of would be worth it. Dad, have you been drinking again? I could see his fingers tighten around the spoon, seemingly ready to brandish it as a weapon. What did you say? Do I look like I have time to waste on drinking? Don't you know how busy I am? How much important work I still have to do? I'm just worried that you know what I want, what I would really love right now. I would love to be working, but instead I'm trying to spend time with you, my son. Then you choose to act like this. He finally stood up at me. His gaze was so hot that I had to avoid it. I dropped my eyes to the bowl in front of me as he continued. Spoiled brat. I didn't mean to... His chair scraped the floor as he stood up, bowl in hand. You know what, Andrew? Maybe I'm just getting sick of you, just like your mother did. Thank God for that. What an insensitive whore. I can't believe I was married to someone who would abandon her children. His eyes were burning into the crown of my skull, forcing boiling hot tears out of my eyes. His words set me on fire. Finish your dinner. I'm going to eat in my office. Without turning my head, I watched him walk away and slam that wooden barrier behind him. My face was burning and wet. I was on my own again. Another few days passed like this. I never saw my dad during the daylight hours, even when I was home from school on the weekends. My only friend was away on a late vacation, left on the last day of August, and was supposed to be back by the end of September. Still a week left. My brother always said he was too busy to talk on the phone or visit, even though he was only an hour away. Even my mom could barely send a reply to my letters anymore. Maybe my dad was right. Maybe everyone was just getting sick of me. I'd lay awake in bed at night, staring at the ceiling and think back to our fight, wondering what I did wrong, why I was such a screw-up, what the point of it all was. I fell asleep to those thoughts often. They whispered to me like a sick lullaby, and I did my best to shut them out and talk myself down. Yet these horrible, intrusive thoughts continued to invade my mind. Sometimes, all I could do was put on my headphones, focus on the lyrics, and wait to lose consciousness. That night, I fell asleep curled up in a pathetic ball, wishing that when I woke up, my life would be different. Anything but this. Unfortunately, my wish would come true. When I awoke, I waited a few minutes before sighing defeat, since nothing had seemed to change. I was hoping that my dad might have been there, waiting to apologize, or that my mom would come to take me away from this place. I looked around my room, hoping to see evidence that I fell into an alternate timeline. Shockingly, something was different. My bookshelf was missing. All of its contents were on the floor. I got busy constructing the conversation I needed to have with my dad. How could I ask about something so strange, especially after our fight last night? After taking a while to steel myself, I ventured downstairs. Dad was brewing tea again, rubbing his forehead with his right hand and leaning on the counter with the other. He heard me come into the kitchen. "Oh, Andrew, you're up early." His voice didn't seem angry anymore. Then I soaked up the scene in front of me. My dad was in his brown housecoat still. The orange sunrise filled the kitchen as I counted the staggering number of mushrooms littering the table and counter space. I wasn't sure if it was the sun or not, but the stems looked brighter than before. They looked like a fresh cut that's bled through a bandage. "There's more of them?" I caught myself asking the question out loud. Yes, well, we're approaching October, and these seem to be just coming into season. Seems I discovered them at the beginning of their life cycle. So, you've been picking them? More subjects, more research, Andrew. I needed to get away from any topic that had to do with the mushrooms. "Dad, were you in my room last night? My bookshelf's missing, and all my books are on the floor. Is everything okay?" He looked away from me and started to pour hot water into his mug. From the back, I noticed how much thinner my dad was now. His shoulders seemed bonier than before, almost like horns protruding from his housecoat. "Yes, everything is fine. I was drinking last night. I made a breakthrough that was worth celebrating." "Yeah, but why'd you need my... wait, what? You were drinking? I thought you said everything was fine." This was the first time my dad had admitted to drinking since my mom left. Yet he was acting like it was no big deal. Either he really just didn't care anymore, or he was lying. Lying to cover up something else that was somehow worse. He turned and locked eyes with me. "Yes, Andrew. Everything is fine. Better than fine, actually. My life has never been better." He brought his mug up to his lips and took 3 large gulps, audibly exhaling in relief after quenching his thirst. "It appears that the greatest crop is yet to come." He smiled weakly, with empty eyes, and turned towards his office. The door closed sternly behind him, and I remained. My hands were balled up into fists, wishing I had knocked some sense into him, or that I could break down that door and beat him completely senseless. When I went to bed, I decided to barricade my door with a chair, leaning it against the doorknob like I'd seen my brother do when we were younger, when Mom and Dad were having a fight. I didn't feel comfortable with the idea that my dad was sneaking into my bedroom in the middle of the night, acting suspicious, hostile, and distant. I just wanted my dad back. I was sick of being on my own. I woke up that night. My head was aching. I was facing the ceiling like I was prone to do, wondering why I wasn't asleep. My arms and legs were sticky with sweat, as if I had just woken up from a nightmare. A familiar groan from wooden floorboards halted my train of thought and directed my attention to the doorway. It was dark, but the moonlight from outside illuminated my room to the cusp of the hallway. The chair I had been using as a blockade wasn't there. My door was open. I instinctively gripped my bedsheets as I heard my dad's voice from the darkness ahead. "Why, Andrew?" "Dad, what are you doing up?" "Why, Andrew? Why are you being so difficult?
Difficult? Dad, I'm sorry about everything lately, about our fight, but what's going on?
Andrew. He seemed to growl, and my body tensed up even more.
Dad?
I whispered quietly. Andrew, he called out, louder and louder. It sounded like he was trying to use my name to clear out the back of his throat.
Dad, stop. Please. What's going on with you? You've been acting so weird ever since you found those stupid mushrooms.
I finally croaked. Found them. I didn't find them, Andrew. They found me. The way he said it made my spine tingle. Them. I wanted to keep asking what he meant, but all I could do was stare at the shadow in my doorway, frozen like a deer caught in headlights. They told me that you've been difficult, that you aren't listening when they speak to you, when they whisper in your ear. He hissed as he spoke. Tears welled up in my eyes as I felt pressure begin to loom inside my skull. They've taught me things, Andrew. They've helped me become happy again. And in exchange, I'm helping them.
Dad?
My voice wavered. I was unsure if I wanted an answer.
How are you helping them? Dad?
His shadow stood motionless like a statue or tree. He showed no signs of body language as he continued to speak cryptically. They hunger, Andrew. They need food. They have a very particular diet.
God, Dad, what do you mean? What have you been doing?
Andrew, they can help you too. They know how lonely you've been. You won't be alone if you just accept them. He was nearly giggling as he took a step forward. They're already inside of you. Soon, you'll be like me. Another step forward. Just listen to them. He was practically shambling as he twitched his way into my room. The moonlight washed over his torso, leaving his face obscured in the dark. His arms barely seemed to have any weight to them. They dangled without purpose. His body was covered in deep, bleeding gashes, as though he'd been relentlessly digging into himself the way a farmer would work the land, plowing his flesh apart, sowing seeds of something sinister, and irrigating it with his own lifeblood. Their bodies contain something similar to mycelia, which responds well to organic life. The fungus we see is merely their way of reproducing. His sentence droned and filled the entire room. They haven't been able to propagate properly. However, we lacked the appropriate environment. His voice melted as it crept into my ear canals, burrowing into my eardrums. I stuck my fingers inside, as if I could scrape the words out. I pressed my palms to the sides of my head, but they kept coming. He was wrong about the decay, you see. We prefer the confines of a vessel that's still warm. The one voice became many. Still operational. Even with my hands nearly crushing my skull, the words still wormed their way into me. His voice had lost its previous inflection, as though it had become uninhabited. No, there was something there, only it wasn't a human behind the words anymore. He stopped at the foot of my bed, directly in front of the window.
I could see everything now. His face was incredibly gaunt, cheeks sunken in, and it became apparent that his voice wasn't coming from his mouth at all. Its mouth. The pale thing was horribly disfigured. Several grotesque mushrooms were growing out from its gaping maw, curling up over cracked lips. Smaller fungi crept out from behind its tear ducts, and its eye sockets looked hollow in the dark. White stalks sprouted from the wounds in its arms, chest, and shoulders, like a stump that had been repurposed by other organisms. It started to scream as it continued to speak without moving its unhinged jaw, as it continued to speak directly inside my brain.
You've resisted us, Andrew. Accept us.
It hissed again. I can't. I whimpered, my eyes closed, my palms still squeezing my head.
You will. The greatest crop is yet to come.
The crop. It wasn't more mushrooms.
The greatest crop is yet to come.
As I cried, I felt something slithering around inside my head. Panicking as I felt my under eye begin to twitch. I touched the wet space beside my nose, only to feel firm, engorged veins. My fingers shook in front of my face. As I pulled them away, I could see that instead of tears, there was a dark liquid. Blood.
The greatest crop is yet to come.
The pressure in my face released at last, and I heard an audible pop. Suddenly, my vision was obscured, blurred by white stalks and shiny violet caps.
The greatest crop is yet to come.
The crop was me. Then it was silent. The voices ceased, and my head was quiet. I opened my eyes, half expecting to see nothing but mushrooms again, and looked straight at the foot of my bed. Nothing. I could see. I was still drenched in sweat. However, now I was alone. My door was shut, and my chair was again leaned up under the handle like before. I stayed up to see the sunrise before venturing through the house. It was a dream. It must have been. It had to be. I hated that things had gotten to a point where something that horrific had to be questioned. The next few nights that followed, I'd made sure I closed my door and blocked it the same as before. Sometimes I'd wait up to see what would happen, and each night around midnight, without fail, my door handle would turn, shake, then stop. A few minutes after that, heavy footsteps would fade down the hall from my room, presumably down the stairs, and all the way back into the study. Once, out of unbridled curiosity, I followed the footsteps after I heard them go down the stairs. I wasn't satisfied with the conversation my dad and I had, so I was hoping to at least catch him with a bottle in his hand or something. Anything that would prove that he was telling the truth and confirm that I didn't have something else to worry about. I had no such relief. As I got to the bottom of the stairs, I felt a cold wind lick the soles of my feet. The front door was hanging wide open. The dark of night loomed outside. Bluish blackness crept in with the brisk air as I stared out into the trees across the road from our driveway. My dad was gone. The house was dark and empty. As I stood there, scratching one foot with the other, I grew anxious. I was unnerved,
thinking that the best explanation I had for this was that my dad was drinking again, attempting to sneak into my room, only to ransack the place while I slept, and then stroll out in the middle of the night without even closing the door. It's possible, sure, yet I couldn't shake the feeling that something more sinister was behind it. The fact that I couldn't come up with anything else transformed my anxiety into terror. What could be so horrible he would lie about drinking again? That would keep him up at all hours of the night. My nightmare came to mind as I went to shut the door. As I leaned into it, a breeze slipped through the gap like a whisper in the wind. It sounded like something said my name, calling me. I guess I could come up with something after all. That following weekend was when everything would come to a head. It was the weekend again, and my dad was leaving town for a conference. I walked around the car to the driver's side to say goodbye. My dad was checking his bag. As I circled around the front of his car, I noticed a dent in the hood and a crack in his headlight. Something dark crept out from the seam of the plastic, a dark color I'd seen a lot lately. "Hey, Dad, did you hit something? Your light's smashed up," I asked innocently, trying to sound naive. He stopped digging in his bag and looked straight up, as though he remembered something. Invisible gears turned in his head before he fumbled an explanation to me. "Oh, that. I accidentally got too close to a barrier at the store. I've been meaning to get that fixed." He raised an eyebrow at me, sizing up my expression, seeing if I believed him or not. "Huh, should get that looked at," I remarked coolly. His face relaxed as he agreed. Then he pulled away to drive down the gravel road. I didn't believe him, and I was going to find out what he's been hiding. Once the hum of his car was in the distance, I ran inside and locked all the doors. Anything to buy myself some extra time in case he came back. I was about to start pacing and brainstorming. I half expected that I'd need to stealthily break into his office somehow. To my surprise, the door was unlocked. My paranoia grew as I opened the heavy door for the first time in weeks. Worried that he installed an alarm somehow, or that I'd find something much worse than sliced mushrooms. It opened with ease and without any fanfare. The room was nothing like the last time I saw it. Somehow, it looked even stranger. It was pristine. I think he'd even vacuumed. Strangest of all, there wasn't a mushroom in sight. Not one. I searched each and every cabinet and cupboard in that room, trying to find anything at all. Yet all I found were ordinary supplies, books, stationary science equipment, everything you'd expect from a researcher. But I knew that he wouldn't have gotten rid of all those mushrooms. There was no way. After all, more species, more research. I searched the entire house and turned up nothing. For a while I was worried that I had somehow imagined it all, that I was unaware my brain was concocting this horrific fantasy, trying to make up some excuse for my dad's behavior, avoiding the conclusion that I've been the one causing problems, that he just simply didn't love me anymore. Before I called it quits, something occurred to me, something that reinforced my resolve one last time, affirming that I wasn't ready to give up on my instincts. I hadn't checked the basement. I've only gone to that basement a handful of times in my life. It had to have been years since I set foot down there. I've never seen my dad spend time there either. That said, I wasted no time stepping down the decrepit wooden steps into the dark cellar, as if worried I'd catch the evidence scrambling out the tiny windows. It was even darker than normal, actually pitch black. Scanning around the room revealed no tiny windows at all, but I knew I hadn't imagined those. It took some time as I swung my arms around in the air before I finally grabbed a hold of the drawstring, giving it a firm tug. The single light bulb hanging from the wooden beams came to life and dimly illuminated the expansive subterranean den. It quickly became clear why it was so much darker than I remembered. The windows were boarded up and covered, planks of wood nailed directly into the window frames and black tape bridging the gaps between them. I would have spent more time speculating on why my dad would have gone to these lengths, but I noticed a looming object to my right. My mom's old armoire sat against the back wall. My dad brought it down here a few weeks after she left. Only now, it was sealed with a padlock and chains. As I approached, I prayed that my dad was still enough of my dad to leave the key in a predictable spot. As my hands slid around the entirety of the frame, I could smell my mom's old perfume, soaked in the grain of the wood. Just as memories of her came flowing into my mind, my finger caught something sharp along the top of the cabinet. With a swift rip, I had a small, silver key between my fingertips. I nearly chuckled, knowing that some things about my dad hadn't changed, but it got caught in my throat as I eyed up the looming container. The key unlocked the padlock with ease, and the chains dropped to the floor. As I swung open the doors, expecting bags of mushrooms to tumble out, I was confronted with even more horrible questions. What used to house my mom's clothing and personal effects was now filled with knives, bear traps, a hammer, rope, a jerry can, and a shotgun. My father was not a hunter. Worse yet, most of it was clearly used. A mixture of dirt and blood caked some of the tools, and rounds were missing from an open box of ammunition. Red casings tucked neatly together, and a tin with small, round pellets. Buckshot. Worry set in, deeper and more intense than ever before. I wasn't sure what I thought I'd find down there, but it would never have been this. While attempting to lock up the cabinet in the same way I found it, I remembered that something else was missing down here. Something aside from the windows. The crawl space. Normally, there was a small, white door fitted in the wall furthest from the stairwell. It separated the basement from the deepest chamber in the house, just barely big enough for a person to crawl through, though I couldn't think of any reason someone would go in there voluntarily. In the dim light, I squinted to try and make out the entrance, just in case I might have missed it. Even after my eyes adjusted to the light, I couldn't find the white, rectangular doorway anywhere. What I found instead was an empty bookshelf, alone, sitting across from the stairs. My bookshelf. I didn't have to move it to know why it was there. Its wooden feet scraped along the concrete as I pushed it out of the way, revealing the familiar, latched white door. Before I could even open it, I noticed dozens of small, white tendrils creeping out from underneath. While there was no mystery as to what I'd find under there, I was still shocked when I finally saw it. There must have been hundreds of those disgusting mushrooms packed in there. Some even looked as though they were trying to put down roots, but the packed dirt was too hard. They wanted something soft to sink into. I couldn't see much else in there. Some box-like objects were submerged in the mushroom heap. I didn't even try to dig them out, in case my dad would notice even one specimen out of place. Instead, I stepped back and grappled with reality. I ran my fingers through my hair, scraping my scalp in a sad attempt to comfort myself, as I tried to understand what it was all leading to. It was clear that the lying and secrecy had gotten out of hand. I just didn't know by how much. Who would I need to talk to about this? My brother? Child Protective Services? The police? Regardless, one thing was certain. I needed to confront my dad. But I had to know everything if I wanted to catch him in another lie. I needed proof so that someone would believe me. I looked at one of the boarded-up windows and noticed that a bit of sunlight peeking through was starting to ember. I realized where I needed to go once I saw that I was losing daylight. I had to go back to where it all began. It took a bit longer on my bike, but I eventually came to the spots my dad and I hiked together almost a month before. It's insane to think it had been going on for so long. The woods looked less inviting at dusk, but with my flashlight in hand, I ventured along the same path to the best of my memory. The landmarks definitely looked different without the sun breaking through the trees, but I could still recognize the routes I walked over on that hot summer day. With my hurried pace, it wasn't long before I came to the clearing. My nose alerted me that I had arrived before I could even see it. What had once smelled almost sweet, like dead roses, now reeked of death. Even without the heat of the sun, the place stunk of putrid rot. My flashlight cut through the shadows, creating a spotlight on the mossy patch. My knees went weak, and my vision went blurry. I couldn't see the doe anymore. I couldn't see her, because there was a pile of corpses on top of her. My guts spun in circles as a gust of wind blew the rancid stench of decaying flesh into my nostrils. Dozens of animal bodies were haphazardly tossed on top of each other. The sound of insects and flies hummed, their buzzing creating a twisted musical score to the scene in front of me. Deer, rabbits, squirrels, a raccoon or two, cats, a dog. Their fur was matted with blood. Limbs were sloppily lopped off at different increments. Some were missing half of their bodies. While a few looked crushed, most had stab wounds, slash marks, and bullet holes decorating their bodies. I could see them all, because from each wound grew a white stalk, capped with a glimmering, iridescent, violet-blue head. Mushrooms of varying sizes bloomed from the mangled bodies, their sizes seemingly proportionate to the creature and wound inflicted, as though it wasn't just the blood and flesh they were feeding on, but rather the amount of pain and suffering that had been inflicted, siphonizing out the anguished soul in order to feed a primordial beast. My dad's ominous prediction echoed as my legs finally gave out.
The greatest crop is yet to come.
Now his words sounded more like a promise as I finally bore witness to the fruits of his labor, his research.
The greatest crop is yet to come.
My head snapped side to side as I sat on the hard earth, frantically searching the woods around me. I realized now that I wasn't imagining it the first time. I wasn't just remembering what my dad said. I was hearing him say it right now.
The greatest crop is yet to come.
The voices didn't seem to come from any one direction. I stuck my fingers in my ears, hoping that some bug or air pressure was causing me to hear things.
The greatest crop is yet to come, Andrew.
The thrumming harmonies coursed through my body. Nothing helped. It was coming from inside my head. I found myself up and running before I managed another thought.
I could tell I wasn't dreaming this time by the pain in my feet, my labored breaths, and the breeze against the hair on my neck. The voices in my head faded the further away I got. It encouraged me, reassuring me that I needed to get away from that place as quickly as possible. Away from those things. My dad returns the next day. I sat on the stairs inside, waiting for him to come in so I could attempt to greet him, give him the chance to explain himself before I went to find help. He was looking malnourished and exhausted, almost like a ghost, but otherwise fine. Yet, the look he gave me when our eyes met was somehow more haunting than a face disfigured by mushrooms. If anything, it looked like he couldn't stand my face. He pursed his lips and, without saying a word, walked directly to his office and shut the door. A week went by, and I never saw my dad. His office door stayed closed, and I didn't dare to open it. This whole time I was teetering on the line, wondering if I should call the police. But the thought of sending my dad to jail made me nauseous. Where would I go? It felt like my mom left me for a reason, and my brother wouldn't know what to do with me. Even worse, what would I do if I called the police and they found nothing? What would my dad think of me? I'd look like I've lost my mind. Those thoughts gnawed at me, paralyzing me into inaction. I waited for a chance to speak with my dad, or, at the very least, any valid opportunity for me to call the police. It was the second day of October, and I laid awake in bed once more. Sleep became a game of chance, as I kept worrying that my dad knew what I had been up to, that he would try and break through my makeshift barricade every night. Though he hadn't tried to get in since the day he returned. I listened closely that night, on October 2nd, for the door handle, footsteps, speaking, anything. Then it came. A distant thump, too far to make out any details. It continued, pulling me upright in my bed. I fidgeted for a minute, debating whether or not I should investigate, considering how little good it had done me so far. But the sound was drawing me in. I had prepared for this after that first night, just in case. I grabbed a wooden baseball bat that I stowed underneath my bed and moved to disassemble my barricade. The rhythmic thud was louder in the hallway, but still seemed distant. I made my way downstairs, and I could feel the thump resonating within the floorboards under my bare feet. It was almost like a knock, but more hollow and without purpose. It had to be in the basement. From the top of the stairs, I could see that the lonely light bulb was on, and the thumping was more distinct now. It sounded like something hard hitting wood. I held the bat close as I turned the corner. My dad was facing away from me in the middle of the room. He was slamming his forehead into the wooden support beam. It agitated me enough to shout. "Dad!" I announced my presence sternly. He didn't acknowledge me, so I moved to stop him. "Dad, stop this, please," I quietly begged as I reached for his arm. As soon as I made contact, he stopped right before his skull connected with the wood once more.
"Andy, please go away,"
he whimpered.
Dad, stop doing this to yourself. You need to get some serious help.
I sidestepped to look him in the eye, but I wasn't sure where to look. His forehead had been split open, and blood poured down his face. It pooled in his eyes, and his irises were almost black against the red backdrop.
Streaks of pale skin peeked out from beneath the red below his eyes. He'd been crying. "No," he said, more matter-of-factly. "You need help, Andrew." "What?" I wanted you to stop meddling and interfering. Why did you do this? You're always getting in the way, making things more difficult." He shook his head. "Dad, I'm not. I haven't done anything wrong." I pleaded to whatever rationality he had left. "Don't lie." He howled, and he gripped the wooden beam and slammed his other fist into it. "I know you've been snooping around, that you went back to the Grove. Someone could have seen you. Someone could have followed you. Then where would I be? Huh, Andy? Look what you're doing to your poor old dad." He spat blood as he spoke, and was on the verge of crying once more. "I don't get it, Dad. Why does it matter so much? It's just some stupid mushroom. I'm your son, damn it." My voice cracked as I shouted. The fear, sorrow, and loneliness I'd been building up was finally leaking out. He turned what was left of his face to me, and his hot eyes began to stare right through me.
"We are not some mushroom, Andrew."
His voice changed again, just like that night. The sobs he tried to choke back were gone. Instead, he just stared at me. "I didn't say that... Wait, how did you know that I went to the Grove, Dad?" The bloody, battered face tilted to the side. "Dad, answer me."
"We were there, Andrew. We know you're trying to get rid of us. We thought you would help us, but you want us gone."
His voice was stripped again of all humanity, like talking to something that had never been human before. I wanted to plead with him to stop all of this, because I felt like I knew how it would end, like my nightmare was coming true. "What the hell, Dad? I don't want..."
"We wanted to help you, to make you understand things most beings couldn't begin to comprehend. To see the universe through us. We see now that you're not suitable. You're not the one we thought you were. You've become dangerous."
The blackened coals in his eye sockets shivered and slowly slid to the side. I followed their lead. The armoire was open. On the floor in front of it was an older suitcase, but what leaned against it put a stone in my throat. The shotgun. I slowly rotated my head back to my dad, as if to look invisible to a predator. He was still staring at the gun, as if assessing its necessity, or judging the amount of time it would take to grab it.
"We don't need you anymore."
His face seemed to strain for a moment. Then, from beneath the blood-stained whites of his eyes, it looked as though a small, white sprout was creeping up from behind the eyelid, streaked with bright red blood. It wiggled, as though it just took its first breath. I ran for the stairs. My dad wants to kill me. I turned down the hall and threw open the front door. No, that thing isn't my dad. I picked up my bike as I kept running and threw my leg over, pedaling for dear life in my bare feet. That thing was going to kill me. The thought flooded my head, pumping even more adrenaline into my body. My lungs felt like they were going to explode as I biked down the road. I kept looking back over my shoulder and throughout the woods as though it could appear at any second, as though it were everywhere. To avoid getting caught, I veered off onto a nearby trail. While it would take me slightly longer to get to my nearest neighbor, I wouldn't be spotted if it came driving down the road after me. If there was ever a time to get help, that was it. Eventually, I made it to my nearest neighbor. I barely explained what had happened before she called the police, gnawing on her thumb while answering their questions over the phone. She repeatedly asked how soon they could be there. I guess the mention of a crazed man with a gun would make anyone impatient. 15 minutes passed as I continued to peek out at the street from behind the blinds, ignoring the cup of hot chocolate she had made for me as some attempt at comfort. I eventually noticed the distant glow of flashing lights from further down the road. Soon, red and blue lights flew past us. "God, finally," she sighed. I didn't know what to say, but I shared the sentiment. The hot cocoa went cold as we sat in silence, waiting until the police finally came to her front door. She answered, peeking through with the lock still latched, clearly unused to visitors. A voice mentioned my name, and she turned to look at me. Her thumb was still anxiously caught between her teeth while she signaled me to come closer. I don't remember much about the policeman, other than the thick-rimmed glasses on his face and the khakis he wore. It all made my stomach turn. The deputy badge pinned to his chest calmed my nerves slightly. We couldn't find anyone in the house, and the car was gone. However, we saw the mess down in the basement. I think you should stay here for the night, if that's all right with you, ma'am. What about everything else? Like the guns or the mushrooms? I urged. Mushrooms? No mushrooms. The gun is... He paused while looking back behind him at another officer, obviously wondering if he should share the information with a kid. The gun is missing, but don't worry, we'll be on high alert, and an officer will be stationed outside all night. He leaned back and motioned to his subordinates to reassure me. I was in a daze as he continued to speak about the steps they were taking. I couldn't get over the fact that my dad, that thing, was out there somewhere. I felt a strong breeze blow in through the door, and the smell of smoke lit up my nostrils. Yet nobody else seemed to notice. I leaned out the doorway to look towards my home. No fire. The deputy did a double take, slightly confused, then raised his nose slightly. He must have noticed it too now. He reassured me and my neighbor that we were in good hands one last time before walking down the steps. I watched him throw the car in drive and speed back up the road towards my house. I closed the door, and my neighbor guided me to the couch with another cup of hot chocolate. This one was new and actually hot. She explained that she lived alone and didn't see people often, that she'd almost forgotten how she's meant to comfort someone. I almost wanted to tell her that it was fine, that I was used to it now. She finished off by introducing herself as Lydia, which only reinforced the truthfulness behind her statement. I ended up being the one to console her, saying that the police would probably find him soon. She nodded and said goodnight before leaving me on the couch with some extra pillows and blankets. My eyes were closed, yet I didn't fall asleep that night. I laid awake until the sun's first light broke through the trees, and I left before Lydia woke up. The officer left in front of Lydia's house had been sleeping. I only knew this because he startled awake when I knocked on his window. He rolled it down in a hurry and asked what I was doing outside. I explained that I couldn't stop thinking about the smell of smoke, that if it wasn't my house that was burning, then there was only one place it could have been. He tried to get me to explain how to get to the grove, but I said it would be easier to just show him. A part of me needed to see it too. he radioed our destination to his team before we sped off. It wasn't long before the grove was in sight, and the smell of fresh embers filled the air. There was an undertone of death in the smoke, and all I could imagine was the mountain of corpses that were present last time. I plugged my nose as I slipped between two trees. The officer followed suit. For better or worse, my dad wasn't there. In fact, there was almost nothing there. No mushrooms, no corpses, and no moss.
Dear God,
the cop let out under his breath. There was a black stain on the earth, where a raging yet controlled fire consumed everything in its wake. It wasn't hot, but the ground felt warm beneath me. I walked closer and could see hundreds of fragments of charred bone, too small to associate with any specific animal.
Hey kid, don't touch anything. I'm gonna sweep the perimeter real quick and radio the guys,
he began, walking to the edge of the grove, tripping over roots and foliage in an understated panic.
Seriously, and stay where I can see you.
As he walked along the edge, I continued examining the scene. Some of the remains looked cracked or snapped, as though they'd been burned and then pulverized. With a nearby stick, I prodded through the ash and bone. I'm not sure if it was just morbid curiosity or an actual attempt at discovering anything of note. As I neared the center of the black hole, I began poking into the ash. It wasn't long before I hit something solid. It wasn't hard like bone. It was sort of soft. Soft and hollow. With the side of my foot, I cleared off some of the ash that covered the object, surfacing something that looked like black skin. Dusting off slightly more with my hands, I noticed a pair of metal buckles along the side. It was a suitcase. It was burnt, but I recognized it as the same suitcase my dad had in the basement. My hands shook as I struggled to unlatch it and open the lid. I stared for what felt like an eternity as I knelt before it, unable to grasp what lay before me.
Hey, kid, what'd I say?
Wait, what is that? What'd you find? The officer called out from the tree line, still completing his round. It was a suitcase full of clothes. Women's clothes. Mom's clothes. As though I was reliving the moment, I remembered it as the suitcase she packed the night she was going to leave us. To leave and move to Maine. The suitcase I walked in on her packing while my dad was drunkenly smashing our dinner plates downstairs. On top of the teal blouse, in a neat and tidy pile, was a bottle of perfume, a stack of stationery envelopes and stamps, an orange sunset with an ocean scene. I don't know if I was already crying, but that was the moment I choked up and became desperate for more, hoping there was something left of her in the suitcase. A letter, a note, a grocery list, anything. As I began feverishly shuffling things around, my insides sank deeper and deeper as I finally reached the bottom of the bag. Underneath my mom's clothes were extra shirts and pants, too small for an adult. They looked terribly familiar. They were mine and my brother's old clothes. They were folded neatly alongside a couple books, CDs, and my small, stuffed gorilla I lost years ago. I always took him on road trips when I was little. My heart began to race as I started piecing it together, so fast I thought it would burst. I couldn't stop myself from sobbing. I was gasping for air. I grasped at the handle and pulled the burnt suitcase closer to me.
I brought it onto my lap and against my chest, clinging to it, as if it were some replacement for a mother's embrace. I was trying to wring out whatever bits of parental love was still left in it. When I opened my tear-blurred eyes, my grip on the bag loosened. "Kid, can't you hear? I was saying..." The cop's sentence faded as he saw what I had uncovered. Holy shit. He took to the radio immediately, calling out for anyone that was listening. I dropped the bag and doubled over in grief and sickness. I couldn't see anything as I grasped at the soft, burnt earth below me. I began heaving, though I'm not sure if it was because I didn't have any tears left in me, or because I was finally going to throw up. A blackened skeleton with a large crack in its skull lay curled up in a small hole. A golden band, which survived multiple firestorms, still adorned its bloody finger. The hole was deep enough that I could tell it had been buried there long before the suitcase. In the center of a solitary grove, untouched by sunlight and away from prying eyes. Right below, where the mushrooms had first taken root.
Thank you for listening and delving with me into the dark together.
Please remember to leave a thumbs up and subscribe if you feel so inclined. The more engagement this video gets, the more YouTube will push my content to others.
Thus, the following will grow.
All stories read in this channel will be available on Spotify, iTunes, and just about everywhere else. Links in the description.
Thank you for listening and feeding the cause. We'll be seeing you